challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving, which direction you going, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Ready again.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with what you do and how you're doing it.
You gotta be careful.
If you do when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God, Psalm 100. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that made us and not ourselves. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him and bless his name. For the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and his truth endure to all generations. This is the end of the scripture reading.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Good morning to Baysky inside of London, England. Good morning to Mr. Lennox.
Direction you going.
Good morning to Clive.
Gotta be careful.
And good morning, Gabi. Listra, good morning to you. That's my folks on the website, on the WhatsApp hitting me up. Good morning to Miss Ferguson. Good morning to Viola. 16 minutes past 7 o'clock as we move. Oh, I can't forget Carolina family. Good morning, good morning. Good morning to Jillian Williams, Jerome Lewis, Iva Holas. Baby daddy, press that like for me, bro. Marian, good morning, good morning. Claude Abraham, good morning. Michelle Alexander, good morning to you. Jay, good morning. Alban Harris. Hatley Lilo, good morning. Velma Pascal, good morning to you guys. Deborah Laborde, good morning. Kelvin Moses. Song like King Moses, you know. Cynthia Bartholomew, good morning.
And how you doing it? If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Desiree Joseph, good morning to you. Madeline Battis. I remember, guys, you know the drill. Once me and Master Carl is on, you're going to share Real FM with at least one person that has never listened to Real FM before. You know the drill go. Let's get everybody in on this. Yvonne John Roberts, good morning. Stay tuned. The weather is next.
That's going on. Staying alive, trying to survive. That is how it is today. So as you go along your way, you got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met Office, we're speaking with Mr. Eugene Wint. Good morning.
Good morning to you and good morning to listeners also. Here's weather for today, Friday, March 22nd. Currently at points we're experiencing fair and hazy conditions. Winds are from the east at 13 miles per hour. Barometric pressure is 14.2 millibars, which is above normal and rising. Present temperature is 27.1 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity is 77%. Yesterday's maximum temperature record was 30.9 degrees Celsius, and the minimum temperature last night was 25.2 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, there was no rainfall recorded at Points Lean. Hence, match total remains at 17.3 millimeters. Now let's go to the public forecast value for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy, breezy, and slightly hazy, with few light isolated showers, mainly overnight. The maximum temperature is 31 degrees Celsius, with winds coming from the east-northeast to east-southeast at 12 to 22 miles per hour. Seas are expected to be moderate, with waves 4 to 6 feet in quarters. Tides are currently falling low this morning at 8 o'clock, then will rise to the high at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Sunset is evenings at 18 minutes past 6, and sunrise tomorrow morning at 9 minutes past 6. Just to recap, is the public forecast weather for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy, breezy, and slightly hazy, with few light isolated showers, mainly overnight. From the Mid-Service at Maurice Bishop International, this is Eugene.
All right, thank you, bro.
Welcome.
All right, folks, we're going to pay some bills and we'll be back after this. Stay tuned, don't go nowhere.
Network, covering South, East, and West. This is Real FM.
Are you ready? Attracting 14 teams, the Montridge Football Tournament is set to begin. The competition will start on 7th April with an entrance fee of $250. Registration ends on March 31st, 2024. This competition will be on a first-come, first-served basis. What are you waiting for? Register today. To register, contact Bandy on 419-6429 or Bevin on 420-3777. Don't miss out. This will be a competition to remember.
3rd through Sunday, March 24th at this year's Reexamination for Love-themed event. Get ready to hear true epic love stories, panel discussions, esteemed guest speakers, vow renewals, dancing, and much more. You will join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray in collaboration with Pastors Paul and Dorette Alexander, Reverend Joaquin and Lindarin Phillip, Pastors Jim and Ruthlyn Andrew, Michael and Hillary Alexander, Wayne and Cheryl Mitchell of Youth with a Mission Grenada, Alvin and Elizabeth Forsyth, along with Drs. Curtis and Bobby Minter. Get your tickets at the Grenadan Optical, located at Melville Street and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, for only $400 EC per couple. Your weekend will include all sessions, conference materials, and lunch for two. For more information, contact our local organizers at 459-8567 or 449-5872. We can also be emailed at info@sourceofwellness.org. Visit our website at sourceofwellness.org.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
50 years as an independent nation. Now that's a reason to celebrate. Bank on a bright future with Quad Bank as we celebrate more than 50 years of partnership with Grenadians. Aspire, build, and advance with 100% financing to buy land, purchase or build your home, or make those much-needed home upgrades. No loan fees, no legal fees, low interest rates. And that's not all. 100% financing on brand new vehicles with 50% off loan fees. Celebrate you this year with special financing from Quad Bank. Apply today.
Welcome home.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It's time
to hit the road again with Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited for the annual Pump It Up Family Fun Walk. Gather your friends, bring out the family, organize your group, come out in your numbers and pump it up to a healthier lifestyle while supporting a worthy cause. Join us in Carriacou on April 14th at 4 p.m. as we pump it up from the Harveyvale playing field to the Hillsborough playing field. Then we bring the action to the mainland on April 21st at 4 p.m. from Montrouge playing field to Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's a fun family affair with lots of prizes and giveaways. Register today because this is the final fundraising push for the re-establishment of the Carlton Home. Individual packages are $20, while packages for groups of 3 or more are $15 each while stocks last. Register online at www.grenadacoopbank.com or at any one of our retail banking units. Visit our website for more details.
Welcome home.
Get ready to experience the electrifying energy of the 2024 Carifta Games. This prestigious event brings together the finest young athletes from across the Caribbean, showcasing their talent, speed, and determination in a quest for glory. With the motto, many people, one region, celebrating athletics, Carifta embodies the spirit of unity and celebration, igniting a flame that will shape the future of sports in the region. Don't miss out on the action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from Saturday, March 30th to Monday, 1st April 2024. Secure your spot now by purchasing your tickets at Grenadian Optical or visiting gotofed.com. Join us in celebrating the athleticism and excellence of the Caribbean.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get it Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So my plea are repeating. Go. They like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging go. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Another date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy. Eyes without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not bracket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. If it cause more damage, like a dog with fleas, I down on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with rage me. Go now. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, go now. Please, Mrs. Kamla. Go now. Take Munila and Sharma, go now. Please. Ready again.
Good morning, Igwe.
Peace, my brother.
Are you party?
How easy. Igwe?
Sorry.
And you're crying. Sorry, they're crying.
Yeah, people say they was crying.
That's true.
You're balling.
Yeah. Real expressions for Friday, the 22nd day of March, 2024, Igwe. Coming up to the Eastern, the Xtention. Grenada is my constituency, Igwe. Real FM is my parliament. I'm the people's spokesman, Igwe. I was in tongue yesterday and I passed on the port, you know, Igwe.
What would I
Port highway.
They clean up the place?
Yeah, the vendors and them, they're not too happy.
Even the lady are selling the roti at the moment?
Yeah, but and the roti nice, yeah. Blessed and protected by the ancient of days, Igwe. My purpose here, Igwe, is simply to bring you the facts. So people could fact check me. What you do with the facts is a matter entirely for you. I'm an advocate, Igwe, for truth and justice. Even if it don't affect me, like, I go advocate for the vendors, even though it don't affect me directly. I'm an advocate for those who cannot do it for themselves, Igwe. Like the marginalized, like the poor, the vulnerable. And I'm here to bring a vibe, bring a message, bring hope to those who are hurting by the actions of this government. We operate on Real FM, real media, the new media, as we say. You see, where shame is absent, anything could happen. Like what we see this present government doing to poor people, children, the vendors. Igwe, I must, in my opening salvo, advise the nation and the government by extension that when you create unemployment, that creates poverty, the level of poverty rises, Igwe. That creates social instability. And those who study criminal and criminal activities would recognize that leads to crime. The end product is crime. And when we look at the present day situation in Grenada, Igwe, crime. And we see all of this here. The present government, since it assumed office on June 23rd, 2022, has raised the unemployment level because they make a lot of people lose work. And that is a fact. A lot of persons who were beneficiaries of the social safety net programs, Igwe, have not been receiving, or a lot has been removed from those programs. So the level of poverty has risen. Because we don't come here and just sitting because we know things. Social instability simply is the fear of crime is worse than crime itself. And we've seen it. People don't have respect for other person's property. We see an increase in stealing, robbery, gun crimes, killing. So we know from since June 23rd, because this present administration gives the impression that Grenada was born on June 23rd. In their own words, that nothing has been done before. So, all the ills that is heaped at the doorstep of the new National Party and the beginning up of the PRG. So I was having a conversation with a gentleman yesterday, Igwe. And he says to me, Master Carl, I listen all of the programs. I say, well, good. I say, next time you go on it, like it and share it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what? Listen this, Master Carl. The fundamental things that this government is saying about the past government and bigging up the PRG, say it is ironic. That is the PRG or the marshal pension. And bringing NIS because you see, look at him, Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
You see, he's 30-something years in the public service. And he feels so tired. But if he leaves now, the age he have, he'll get a reduced pension. So you see, he is forced to make another 5 years. And then we were discussing the whole issue of the pension legislation in 1950. And I tell him, watch, when I check it out, the British had this thing right. Because the British said 20 years and you could work as in the profession he is in. Mm-hmm. 20 years. And that is reasonable. But the PRG, the same one that is being glorified, was the one that put Grenada in a precarious position. And now we hear they blaming Dr. Mitchell and the NNP about pension. But even the story is told Igwe, Dr. Mitchell is the only one in all government that attempted to even speak of pension and gratuity. So we at a point, Igwe, where most of the doings and the crime, if we are to relate to the experts on poverty as relates to crime, is the doing of this present administration, Igwe. Because they create unemployment. And we could go and speak to that. The thousands of persons who lose their work since they came in. We had persons from Carrick, we had persons on the airport. The whole faith organization workers, the CJ workers, the workers who used to be the wardens, the environmental wardens, and other persons, because you hear, Igwe, there are people saying get rid of NNP people. So to get rid of them is to make them unemployed, Igwe. And actually, as it relates to poverty, we could speak to the seed program. And what is mischief about the whole thing, Igwe, is the Prime Minister before the election spoke of the seed program and saying if the past administration really like the people, they will make it 650 or more. See if you get a clip for us this something. And now you're in government, your first action towards this seed is to remove 150 and make excuses. Then you attempt, you say you're bringing back to 200, but that time you purge, you take out people, and so on, and you leave out a lot of persons who was on seed. You make sure you take them out and you say you bring back 200, which is really, really, really mischief. And that has led to poverty along with other social safety net programs. And the whole mantra was based on youth, Igwe. But we have seen nothing for the youth in 2 years. It's heartache, empty promises, trick the eye monies, and say, who go give you $500? Next thing we hear, they have to stop it, they have to take back. All kind of utter nonsense. A few persons have indicated to me they don't hear the man crying from the wilderness yet.
Pastor Louis?
Yes, so Pastor Louis, if you there around, the people want to hear the cry from the wilderness. Yeah, Igwe. So that is the present situation. Added to that, the latest assault on poor people and poor people children is the removing of vendors on the port highway, giving them notice to vacate. When all kind of promises was made to these people to build place by the Pan House, 2-story building, and all sort of nonsense. What happened to the promises? Because after 100 days, Igwe, promises made, promises kept. But we have some promises to play today. We have some promises to play today. Because we have to remind the people. We have to remind the people. You have a call? Yes, Pastor Louis, you could come in now. We have to remind the people about this government, because when they give teachers the money, they whine, they carry on. The retroactive.
They sing, they dance.
As it for pension, they even forget master call time would have come. Let me take the call.
Good morning.
I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness of Grenada for Grenada. Morning to Master called Igwe.
Morning.
And to Grenada Carrico and Peter Matnick. I can't stay quiet. I have to talk.
You can't sit down.
I can't sit down. It's too much upon. Oh boy. It's too much upon this beautiful island. It's painful to see that whole Grenada and Grenadians are deteriorating in a time like now. It's sad to see and it's sad to hear how never in the history of Grenada, Carrico and Matnick, that we have a leader, a prime minister, who is an embarrassment to Grenada. This is the same man that some of us Grenadians wanted was to kill Dr. Kit Mitchell and the NNP for. That was the same man. That was the same man that Dr. Kit Claudius Mitchell was warning Grenadians about. That is the same man. That is the same man that Dr. Kit Mitchell tell us. Remember that? I don't make up that story, you know what? That was the very same man that Dr. Kit Mitchell tell us, don't vote for, don't go down that road. That man is not real. That man go make us in trouble. That man go plunge the economy. How Dr. Kit Mitchell said the same thing that's happening. This is the same man. This is the very sad man that said that he will do great things for the people of Grenada. Listen very carefully. Master Colin Igwe and the listening audience. Sometimes when I listen to the clips, the things that Deacon Mitchell had said during the campaign, I wonder if that is the same man who is the Prime Minister of Grenada today. I paid from Mr. Pierre. Deacon Mitchell is a fake. That man is a fake. That is the same man. The very sad man that plenty of us Grenadians we worship. You couldn't touch him. You worship the man. This is the very sad man. All you feel the churches are giving all you a punch. All you pray for him night and day. I know what I'm talking about. Some of all of these pastors and them. All you pray for him night and day. All you hold vigil to take out Kit Mitchell Day. All you brand that Prime Minister. Tell me something. That was the same man many of all of the churches have prayer and fast for, candlelight for. Always say that God bless Grenada with an angel. until I will start to call him baby Jesus. Today, from many of all you know, all you see the atrocity he committing against all you. The atrocity he committing against this church. The atrocity against poor people. The atrocity against our old people. No. Some of all you crying in all your mouth closed. All you can't say nothing. No, he's not baby Jesus anymore. No, he's baby Judas. Israel wanted a king massacre. And God was planning to give Israel a king. Israel rebelled against God because they want to choose their own king for themselves. And then they choose the king. And that's what they get. Let me tell you something. Deacon Mitchell don't love poor people. That young man was planted into the NDC party. That makes the man a fake. That young prime minister, the man used all his influence to trick the Grenadian people. That man is the father of lies. That's what we are seeing now. The very said man that say all these things and promise all these good things. Listen, that man so dangerous that certain time that man saying he didn't say it. The man saying he didn't do it. That is to show you. You understand? Huh? That man deceived Grenadians. His influence was great upon the people. So great that he said that the best thing after sliced bread. Baby Jesus in your skin, man. Baby Jesus. And you blaspheme against God and the Holy Spirit. Or you say the best prime minister. The best and the brightest prime minister. Let me tell you something. Without no apology. And I'm telling you that plain Deacon Mitchell. And you see everything that people say, don't say nothing. That man don't care about people. You see everything you say, he not coming out, he don't say nothing. You understand? Deacon Mitchell, you is an aggressor against the poor. And I will give the reason why he is an aggressor against the poor. That was the same Prime Minister in Parliament that called somebody colleague. You moat on the ground, you biggie, and people go by you. That was the same Prime Minister that spit on the poor. And you know the thing that hurt me? When he make that statement, me mouth open and I say, oh God, what they can say inside there? And the thing that give me the uppercut is when them same poor people knock the table. They knock the table and say, Lord have mercy, they didn't understand. How could you make such a statement to your colleague in Parliament if you mouth on the ground and you beg, you want to be parliamentarian, the people go by you, oh gosh. And they give it a table knock. That was the same Prime Minister, Master Colony, listening audience. When that woman in Sotters lost her 2 children in the fire, they roast like barbecue. That was the very sad Prime Minister that represent Green Lake against that same poor mother that lost her children. And you forget that? I didn't know. Yes, Deacon Mitchell was the one that stand up that woman should not get a penny. He stand up with Green Lake and fight against that poor woman that will get her children roasted like barbecue in Sotters. That was the lie of a Green Lake. Are we going there? They must study all the history. They must study all the history. That was the very said one that stood up. That was the very said Prime Minister that represented the rice mill against marketing board. That was the very said Prime Minister, you know. That was the very said Prime Minister that represent the rice industry against MNIB. MNIB, who's MNIB? Not Grenadian? Yes, he stood up there as a liar and he fight against us. He don't like poor people. He represent Green Lake against Grenada, and all of us know that the Siaga, he represent Green Lake to fight against we Grenadian, to fight against Kit Mitchell, to fight against Boeing and the people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petty Matnick. We forget that. He was the same liar that represent white in the moonlight against SMC. He don't like poor people. Remember the whole scenario with Nimrod? That was the liar. That was the guy who is Prime Minister presently right now. I'm telling you, man. He sent home all the face-paid workers. All of them. Without a cent. Not $1. He sent all of them home. And you know what he said? What they have them inside they doing? Wiping down tables and chairs and wiping children's hands. These are these very sad people, poor people that risk their life. And they was doing a damn good job to wipe down tables and chairs and the Wayne Ritchie seat. That man don't like no people. Deacon Mitchell, let me tell you something. You come into office to make yourself rich. You have an agenda, bro, to make yourself rich. And everybody must agree with what you say. I'm a Grenadian and a political activist, and I'm going to speak, and nobody not going to shut me up. That was the very said Prime Minister that sent all, the very said man that sent all Facebook workers up to no massacre. They never get a cent. They never get a penny. They don't get nothing. And finally, he's taking a punch at our vendors, our street vendors. All what you see happening with our street vendors, all those places that you see mashing down right now, is Deacon Mitchell that giving the orders to do it. Then all they go say, the cry in the wilderness is getting mad. No, I don't getting mad. I don't getting crazy, man. According to Master Carl, let me take a page of you, man. I harris it. It is the Prime Minister of Grenada now that is responsible to give the orders to mash up and send all the vendors flying with the things. He that is doing it.
And that come under the ministry, eh?
Master Carl, thank you very much. That fall under the Ministry of Public Utility and Works. Who is the MP and the Prime Minister? The Deacon Mitchell. So what is taking place on the port is the man that is saying, listen, Deacon Mitchell, it's not you that open your mouth a couple of years and go and talk about the low-income houses that NDC have them there and they lock it up and they won't give the people. And President, you're right, or you get into office and you don't even want to give them, you don't want to lend them, you don't want to borrow them, but you want to sell it. Man, why make you as a young man so wicked, man? You can't do those things and them there. These people on the port been selling there for donkey years. Immigration coming and buy, custom officers coming and buy, the truck men making $1 a day, the truck men eating. People that come in and clean the barrel, they eating, they drinking. People sit down there for all these years, Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, even before you don't ban these people on the port, selling the little bakes and saltfish, doing the little barbecue, some of them cooking their food home and bring it there. They minding their children, husband minding their wife. Poor people, Deacon Mitchell. These are people that don't have a job. These is people that don't educated like you. These are people that don't have deep pocket. These are people that don't owning close to $14 or $15, $24,000 a month like your ministers, Mr. Prime Minister. These are people that cannot go in GDB bank and get a loan as what you approve for your ministers. Have a heart. Deacon, Amis, Mitchell. And if your parents is listening, tell her your son that is poor people. Don't take them out there. Andy Mitchell, Andy Williams, leave them there still. And the very said building you the promise to build by the pan house. Leave them there still, Andy. God go bless you for that. Andy, Pastor Louis speaking here. Leave them there still, Andy. Andy, I believe you have a good heart, you know. Prove to us that you have a good heart. Leave them that people there. Oh God, I believe you have a good heart. I believe Andy will prove something different. I could put me $1 down for that. Andy, leave them there, please, poor people. Because the cry of these poor people, when all you bulldoze the place, all you give them a deadline. Papa God go punish all you, this government. He punishing all you already. He go punish all you again. Leave the poor people, they know. Where they go. And they said they are well good people who don't want to beg. So he go build a house by the plan house and he go leave them there. All you please. And finally, Mr. Prime Minister, that fall under your portfolio. You that giving the orders. Don't put no organization in front and throw them under the bus. Have a heart. I beg you, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, carry Pittimatic, and I respect that. Have a heart, sir, and don't move the people on the port. Leave them there until further notice. I beg you, leave those poor people there. Where they go? Where you go? Where they go? Where they go mind the family with, sir? You're living in a house where they paying $20-something thousand a month. Life in London. You could jump in the swimming pool every morning Life in London. You don't have to see trouble for nothing. Life in London. Your family well off. Your children well off. Have a heart now. Oh God, you campaign for the poor. Don't be a hypocrite now. Have a heart now, Mr. Prime Minister. And I have an advice. Although I plead for the poor people, sir. You hurt the heart of another Grenadian. You hurt the heart of Kit Mitchell. You hurt the heart of Emlyn Pierre. You hurt the heart of all the MPs under the NMP party because they have a special heart for poor people. You think that Dr. Mitchell could not have moved those people from there? They had planned to do it, but as Dr. Kit Mitchell say, where they go? Wanna put them out? Where they go? Where they go eat? Where they go drink? I can't employ everybody, so leave them there. Yes, they don't have running water, they don't have toilet there, but my God, leave them there. I mean, come on, Dr. Mitchell, if you go to, you talk about moving them out there because you want to attract tourists. Tourists better than we people. Is tourists better than we people? You go in Jamaica, you go to Jamaica and watch on the streets of Jamaica. Watch on the streets of Jamaica, plastic tent, China, and all them places like that. Watch on the street, and you have more tourists visiting Jamaica than Grenada. Leave them there. And I have one challenge to the people on the port. When the date coming down, get your children, get your grandchildren. If you are old grandmother that can't walk, bring down old grandmother. If they're there in the wheelchair, bring them down and line them up. Bring them down and line them up on the port in front of all your business. Bring down all your whole generation. And if all you want me to come down to, I'm coming down. Finally, Deacon Mitchell, have a heart for the poor. I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in you. You are fake. In the name of Jesus. Master
Pastor, no. Before you go, we have to cut the book. Man. We must cut the book.
What? Are you crazy?
Matthew 25:40.
Hold on, let me get my Bible. Hold on.
Line them up.
Yes, Master Carl.
Matthew 25, St. Matthew.
All right,
25:40.
St. Matthew 25:40?
Yeah.
St. Matthew 25, verse
40.
25, 40. Right. Matthew chapter 25 and 40 said, and the king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of this, my brethren, you have done it unto me. Deacon Michel, what you doing there? You're doing it unto Christ. That is a cause. Master Carl, am I right?
Yeah, because we are to assume the least of these, my brothers, simply means the poor.
Exactly.
So not me at write that, you know.
That is from the good book.
So he can say, Master Carl, sit down and write that.
Exactly.
The ancient of this inspire somebody to write, until you do it to the least of these brothers and sisters. So what he doing? So they give him a divine name, but he going against all principles of the name.
Exactly. You understand? They give him a divine name. And if they give you that divine name, and you're proud of the divine name, you would do everything that represents that divine name. But look at it today, Master Carl, before I go, never in the history of Grenada we had any prime minister that was against the poor than this present prime minister, and I make no apology.
But let me before you go, let me give you a couple of receipts. He represents the breweries against the workers too. The SGU workers wouldn't take vaccine and they lose their work.
Wow.
He was part of that thing. Kawana Bay, he represent them against the administration. As he come, he give them 22 million US to settle.
Poor people again.
Radisson, he was the lawyer for the, you see the land they talking about, they go build a hospital?
Yeah.
Should people say he was the lawyer for the set of people on them?
What?
So like he giving the friends funds.
And that is the Prime Minister.
That is the antecedents of the guy.
That is the true nature of the fella. And a lot of people don't know. And you know, Master Call, the thing that hurt me, you know, it looked like there's a miracle, but not a spiritual miracle. Nobody don't know Deacon Mitchell. The man just come out from nowhere. All you don't know the man. All you just put full confidence in him. And today, look what all they getting. Let me tell you something. NDC followers, I know a lot of all is complaining, you know, because a lot of all is my friend. And all you complaining to me. I know that is a big mistake that all you make. But before Grenada continue to deteriorate under this gentleman, I'll need NDC supporters and NNP supporters and any other political parties in Grenada. Let us join together. Nazim Bok, Tillman, Thomas, all of you of the NDC. Let us join together with NNP to get rid of Deacon Mitchell. The man go destroy our country. The man is not real.
And I want to leave that with you before you go, Pastor.
Let me save Grenada. Yeah, Master
In
God.
Winston White funeral, the Honorable Tillman Thomas spoke. And I got that from him. When a nation closes its eye to the truth, we are destined for destruction.
Oh, Master Carl, this statement that Uncle Tilly made, I give him 100% plus correct, you know. And that statement that he made, that fitting exactly today in the bosom of the Prime Minister and his party, you know. Master Carl, say what the man say again, give me please, man.
When a nation closes its eye to the truth, we are destined for destruction.
Thank you. And that is why I'm calling. I'm calling.
So the hypocrisy in that is the same gentleman telling people Grenadians walking around with a smile when he know that is not true.
But Master Carl, I agree with you, but I guess maybe for what he's seen from the time that he made this statement to know him, he ever change a heart. That why could have made that statement in the funeral.
But he has to go one step further and speak to Deacon Amis Mitchell and say to him, change your ways.
Exactly.
Change your ways. And Pastor, I'll give I'll beat up on you here now. You see all of that church people on it? Listen to me. I forget church and I find God. Because I'm making the gospel hard to preach by the complicity all the sit down with and letting Deacon Amis Mitchell do the Grenadian public this thing. And he says, when the gospel is preached to every nook and cranny as a witness, then he will come, you know. So you see these prayer warriors and this pastor and them are holding up the gospel. The ancient of days go deal with them. You know?
No, Master Carl, I quite agree with you in a certain sense, but you can't beat up on me day. Because each time I cry, I beat up on them. So
who turn this one and the same.
Each time I speak, I defend the people. Each time I speak, I beat up on some of the pastors. I beat up on the attitude. And the world know that. But I am saying, if we don't rise up, Grenada will continue to plunge in that gutter. Grenada is hitting rock bottom. Grenadians, they're going down. And I want to let the Prime Minister know. You see how quiet Grenadians are, sir? If you believe that you feel the pulse and everything that you do, they take it with a smile and they drink it nice. I want to let you know, sir, that if that is the road that you continue to go down, Grenadian will rise up against you, and you do not have an army to hold them back. I'm not inciting violence. You do not have an army to hold them because the army don't like you. You do not have police to hold them back because the police don't like you. Please, sir, do right thing. Do the right thing and stop your stupidness.
Before you
in the name of
go,
Jesus.
go to the book of Hebrews.
Hold on, sir. The book of Hebrews.
Chapter 12.
Yeah, hold on. The book of Hebrews. In the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, 11.
Chapter 12, verses 6 to 11. Read
Hebrews
and then
12,
unfold.
6 to 11.
Yeah, Hebrews 12, 6 to 11.
For whom the Lord love, he chasten.
Thou art chastening you.
In other words, that is God discipline.
Because I love you, thou art
He
calling you
discipline
name.
those he love. And I am disciplined. And discipline is rough.
Yes.
For whom the Lord love. In other words, a lot of people will believe that we hate Deacon Mitchell. No, we don't hate the guy. We love the guy, but he's stubborn. He's very stubborn. And we're telling him here, from whom the Lord love, he chasten. And scourge every son whom he received. Verse 7. If you endure chastening, God deal with you as a son. For what son is he whom the Father chaseth not? And that's what we're doing. And let me tell you something, Mr. Prime Minister, finally. And I'm going to take me time and tell you that one. Listen. And if you're not listening, somebody go tell you what Pastor Louis said. You have some advisors that advising you. They do advising you. They setting you up for destruction. You have some people in your foot, sir, that is your enemy. Some of you advisors, Mr. Deacon, they setting you up for your downfall. Kick them out and change your way. Your advisors, they are those that is setting you up. They go make you fall. Get rid of them. Master Carl, have a good morning.
All right.
Igwe, let's take a break and recalibrate.
Yeah.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolf in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone Disinfectant Cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra-soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and new, spacious, convenient, and modern facilities on Seton Brown Street in Grenville and Grand Anse. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the Credit Union of Grenville, your financial security is guaranteed.
Get ready to witness the ultimate showcase of talent, speed, and determination at the 2024 Carifta Games. This prestigious event brings together the best young athletes from across the Caribbean, competing for glory like never before. With the motto, many people, one region, celebrating athletics, Carifta embodies the essence of Caribbean unity through sports, igniting a flame that illuminates the future of sports in the region. Don't miss out on this incredible event taking place at the Karani James Athletic Stadium from Saturday 30th March to Monday 1st April 2024. Get your tickets now at Grenadian Optical or visit gotofed.com and secure your spot to be part of this extraordinary celebration of athleticism.
Tourism is me, tourism is you, tourism is everybody, and tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business, tourism is your business, tourism is our business. Listen one and all, tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry, just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. We and I did what we. From the side to the country. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. This is my humble petition. Another date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon
before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later.
Move up.
For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image before Griffith cause more damage like a dog with fleas and down on the knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with rich me. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. Go now. Please, Mrs. Kamla. Go now. Take Munila and Sharma. Go now. Please. Them and them minions, total villains, raking millions. Their slogan, we shall rise, it was so true. Tell John Public not to panic while them and they sidekick. Swimming in a pool of dollars so blue. Like meat eating vulture, they need that song is on.
Good morning again, folks. Mr. Pierre?
Yes, good morning, and so always happy to join you all on the program. And you're going off with a clip.
I have a clip here.
Yes.
Let me give kudos to GBN for it.
Yes, yes. Well, we always appreciate
Move
GBN
or be
for that.
removed. Vendors located along the Port Highway have been issued eviction notices from the Planning and Development Unit on Monday, allowing them 28 days to have their structures taken down from the property it now occupies. However, this is not sitting well with some of these vendors who have been occupying these spaces for more than 20 years.
I'm 64 years old. This was my retirement. A lot of my money went into this place, even though it doesn't look much, but I invested a lot of money into the stock, the supplies, the drinks, you know. I spent a lot of money here. So what do? Just knock everything down and walk away? Wood structure, listen, I don't mind moving. I don't mind staying and paying rent. I don't mind anything. But just to say get out and you have 28 days, at least when you're in an apartment, they give you 90 days. You know, and the landlord got to find you a place to stay. But in my case, it's like get out and you're on your own.
It's unfair. I find it's unfair. And if I'm saying equal rights and justice, you have to have equal rights and justice. You feel me? Because come on, when you come and take on somebody boot, what is surviving for all these years, what you lead them to do? You feel me? What you lead them to do?
6 months ago, vendors say a meeting was held informing them of plans to construct a food court where they be relocated to. They are now questioning what happened to that plan, accusing government of being unfair to them.
Yes, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, when you listen to these things, it's sort of kind of devastating.
Yeah.
You see, we're not in communist China. We're not in Iran. This is not the days of the revolution. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes,
morning, Igwe. Morning, Master
Morning, morning.
Mr. Pierre, Greener going the wrong way. And I remember Inspector sang a song, We Going the Wrong Way. And Mr. Pierre, we're going the wrong way. Because in the election campaign, we hear the Prime Minister say, Pitamatic, Karikou, and Grenada. Pitamatic, Karikou, and Grenada. Mr. Pierre, when you look at a situation that, okay, like you have a home, you have intention of building a home, you have a plan of building a home. Will you merge down the home that you're living in? Alright? And you don't build the home yet? And that's what the government is doing to the vendors on the port. Alright? And it's not only them, even the people that have been decreasing by the roadside. Okay, I'll give them some time so they could find some way wherever they could put the business. But you don't give them time. You say, mash up, destroy, and you destroy the people. The same people that are destroying, they have family, they're trying to go to school. They need, what they're doing is to get money to help them to maintain the family. Right? So before you want to bring them a place. When you bring them, you find no place to put them. They there on the street. They can't get the money. Right? At this time now, where you have everything going up, food price going up, electricity price going up, water going up, everything going up, cost of living going up, high up to cloud 9. So then what I do is find some way to put them people before you want to bring them people place. That's what your government have to do. But what the government is doing now is just pressuring people. They pressure the vendors, they pressure the fishermen, the road workers, even everybody feeling the brunt from this government. Where are the care? Where are the care? They say the symbol of them is the heart. What heart? What heart? What heart are they have for the people? Are they have for the people of Greater Caribbean? Greater, Mr. Ego will say presently, this government will go in history as the worst government ever passed. This government against all the poor people in the country of Greater Caribbean. They are against them because since 2022 they came into governance. Ask myself a question: what achievement they did to help better the living condition of the people of Greater Caribbean? I call upon the people of Caribbean, Petermatic and Carrico. You will check what the Prime Minister did. Eh? He put them Petermatic and Carrico. The impression is that he say, Carrico, I love you. I love you, I put in your force. Petermatic, I put in your force. The question I want to ask, are the people of Petermatic and Carrico life better after the last election than before? Are the people life in Grenada better now? No, it is worse. Right? It is worse because a lot of them people that were working. Yes, the salary are not great, but it's better to have half or better to have 3/4 than have nothing. Look at the faith-based workers. They said have no money. Workers, people who work in, they work in whatever work for they get a salary. But they decide but they stay happy that they earn money and they get a salary. But to send them home, nothing. And they don't put nothing in place to help cushion the high cost of living in the country. All what this government doing, Mr. Pay, is to help themselves. So a calling of the people of Greater Caribbean, the young people, is your mother, your father, that this government pressuring, making life difficult, sending them home, taking the bread from the mouth, to give you the money for your mother, your father, to give you a proper education, to buy clothes, buy food for you. So what you have to do, get registered, calling the parents to encourage your children, educate your children, and let your children know what this government is doing. And let them know also what the previous government did to help better their life. And what the government did before to help better your life, this government destroyed. So,
yes, Scholar. Thank you very much. I think one of the things we have to acknowledge, the NDC does not surprise me. I'm slightly disappointed but not surprised because that is the NDC. Now we have the members of the National Democratic Congress have to understand it's not a Chinese policy that here. If Chinese want to move out people, they come with truck, they could move them out. Grenada is a different country. It's not Iran. It's not Russia. So what the government does have to have a face. It have to seems right. You have to appear to be right. And you have to take into consideration the economics of it. If the government want to move people from areas where they occupying government land, nobody can stop them. All we're saying, give them 6 months notice. So if the government say, we're giving you 6 months, get out. We know that the government don't care about them. But at least, if you give them 6 months, that is reasonable. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, and how are busy gentlemen this morning?
Good.
Yeah. With this thing on the pier there, since I'm a little girl growing up, I know, since it's Mr. Gary days, I know people used to sell on the pier there. That time they used to call it Chinatown.
Yeah.
And the people and them used to sell them. when the Cuban, after the revolution, the Cuban and them came here, to my, that time, I think I growing up there, used to do like tourist work. He had time when the Cuban and them was here. Well, they think, they couldn't drink or buy things as they want as how they think in the country. When I go around there to sell me little heart and me little spice and thing, the one come to me, I couldn't understand me, but he talk little English to me. He was sitting by a bar right in Chinatown. That time they called it Chinatown in Mr. Gary days. Not now people selling on the pier there. He asked me, could I drink something when they make this sign? Give me, I tell him yes. He said, bear. I said, yes, you could buy it. He said, ask how many me could drink, just like that. I said, any monk, just what tell him, any monk you can buy it. So this kind of stupidness this government want to do, they know. It's not now people selling on the pier. Not now. Right enough. So I don't know what they want to pretend they could brighten up place more than everybody. What for they to shine, to look good, to thing. They're not doing it. But it's for people they want to distress. But God is in the making, and God going to whip them. God going to bring them down to naught. Because it's Dick and Mitchell. As directly as how the pastor say, he's not an NDC. He's I don't know what, as I saw in my spirit, he come like an antichrist to deceive the Grenadian people, and that is what directly he's doing. But it's okay. God not sleeping. He is looking down on each and every one at the same time and seeing our behavior. And he know when to chastise us, how to and how to bring us down. So we, the NNP supporters, that I said, let us go down on our knees and pray, because I don't want no riot in Grenada.
Everybody praying, you know. The NDC praying too, you know.
Yes.
NNP praying, NDC praying.
Yes.
The problem is our level of insensitivity. Because while we're praying, we're forgetting that the same God we praying say, love thy neighbor as
thyself. I don't want no.
So we cannot continue to pray for each other to be destroyed.
No.
Because look at some of the countries in the Caribbean, Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, the level of violence in some other countries, in Brazil.
Yes.
We need to understand we are extremely fortunate in Grenada still.
Not to be like them.
So we have to lobby the government and help to teach the government and educate them. Because you remember, we were the ones who selected this group of people that is completely ignorant of the things in Grenada. Yeah.
But again, again, sometimes when you pray for them for them to do the good things and for them to be good to things. Sometimes you have to pray for God to. No, I don't say God, no. He pray to kill them, you know, in some way to remove
You see, when we're dealing with God, we have to be patient.
Yes,
and that's the problem, because God is not a pipe. So you don't go and ask God and you open the pipe and water comes. We have to be patient. And God give us, remember, God that give us NDC. You know. God must watch us good and say you are very forgetful people. So he gave us NDC.
That's it.
So we have to have patience with NDC. We have to stand the consequences and manage the impact.
But some of the people getting angry.
Yes, so we have to cool them down.
I don't want no disturbance.
Yes,
I don't want no disturbance.
we cannot. No.
So have a blessed day.
Thank you.
God bless.
Somebody been giving the Prime Minister Ramgoat advice. According to Mighty Sparrow. Yes, caller, welcome.
No, Mighty Sparrow say.
Yes,
oh, Mighty Sparrow.
Take the call.
Is that there?
Yes, caller.
Good morning.
Yes, my brother. Good.
My brother, I find it hard to believe that some Grenadians could pray to destroy people. And I see people who are pretending to be godly people.
You ever read Psalm 109?
Huh?
You ever read Psalm 109?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Right. Tapia, I listened to Pastor preach this morning about recruits, but the way he spoke this morning about the people on the dock, they're removing them. Mr. Pierre,
They're not removing them?
what?
Yeah, they're
I said
removing
they
them.
remove
Yeah.
As far as I understand, what I learned is that the people and them, they have to move because they don't have the necessary facilities to accommodate them people there. I can't support ghetto, and I would never support ghetto. So I'm asking them people to move peacefully.
Do you think, caller, do you think giving them 6 months rather than 28 days is more reasonable?
In the eyes,
In your eyes, in
the eyes that we.
in your eyes, do you believe it would be better if the government give them a 6 months notice rather than 28 days?
Because when I don't have, I don't know.
Do you believe it will be more reasonable?
It'd be reasonable to give them a year.
You give them a year? Okay.
Yes.
Because remember, caller, remember some of them have been there since Lanel Canal for 25 years.
But you can't illegally end up there.
They have been there for 25 years. You could illegally go in people's property and after 12 years claim it.
After 12 years claim it.
Yeah.
But not government property.
You cannot claim government. You have no statute on government property. But do you believe, since government promised to build a place for them and change their mind, giving them 6 months notice would have been more reasonable than 20 days?
It would have been reasonable to give them a year. But listen to me. They made a promise to build a place for them. Yes. But they cannot fulfill. They cannot do it at this present time. So they
mash up the place and throw them out.
The places are doing the squatting.
So you agree to mash up the place and throw them out?
I agree to move out the place for other reasons.
But you agreed because the government promised them that they would build a place for them, but the government cannot make it. So instead of the government giving them a year, as you say, and say, we promise, but in hindsight, that doesn't make sense, so you have to move, take a year. I said 6 months, you say a year. Do you think that would have been better?
Under certain circumstances, it would be better, but I don't know what circumstances.
Right, so since you don't know what circumstances, let us ask the government to please give them 6 months to a year. Yes, caller? Yeah, caller. Now that you see, the government, the Prime Minister does not understand that he is the chief shepherd in the country. The Prime Minister does not understand that the plane that he is, he's the pilot on the plane. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr.
Yes, please.
I laughing, God give
But it's good to have a good sense of humor. Eh? We mustn't be too angry under these circumstances.
What can I say,
You want to be angry under these circumstances? Caller, remember, we that selected Dick, we that choose Dick, we can't take no blame and say it's NDC, all of us do it. Some NNP say, well, me's a NNP, but you look how you go work,
I don't talk in my hand and do that at all.
But you...
This morning, I listen to caller. I don't sorry for them. When was me? Nobody didn't call and say nothing is good for them.
No, we can't say that. We can't say that. We can't say that. We can't say good because even if we are affected by something and we go hot, we're not supposed to want other people to be hurt.
When I don't listen people, I just ask myself, where is they come out in a war with by the chance,
You see the country getting tough, Everybody searching for vengeance. We can't do that. Otherwise, we go eat one another and only tell you,
The caller saying nobody didn't have mercy on me, so I don't sorry.
No. Well, that is what happened when, and the caller sorry, but they're just saying that because all of us in a vengeful mood.
Excuse for people. I know here you're talking about I don't want to hear them.
Well, so you. Let me ask you a question. You military trained? You could do karate. You want to go and fight? You could fight. What we have to do is to try to soften the hearts of people, make them more understanding, and convince them with arguments. You want to fight? All right. You see, all people have to understand. Deacon Mitchell have to understand. You are the chief shepherd. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr.
Yes, my brother, welcome.
Morning, great morning, Master Carl.
Blessings.
Right. And this is exactly what the LDC is trying to achieve. They want to make us not see what they are doing. Let us argue amongst ourselves, right? You cannot agree with everybody, and everybody has their own opinion. That is their right. Mr. Pierre Great Master Carl, this morning, right, you are hearing that the houses in Corinth is going to be given out, right? Now, I always say, listen to programs, read the releases. I think it was Monday they said they was going to watch the place, and then by doing such, you could probably go to the lending agency and get your loan and everything, and then right. Today he had to give away the houses. Now we listened to Shalon last night. I listened to Shalon, and I bring up that on the live, and people that flew over some people head. We doesn't read, we doesn't listen, and we just talk. So today the house given out. I want to know who is giving the house and who get the house. You know why? Because when you watch on the flyer today, you see GIS will be covering it. You ain't get the press invited like the fourth estate, the normal press. You ain't none of them invited. So you know what will happen? You will hear people go there and they get houses. And look, we give that houses, we give that houses. Now the clips that was played last night on Shalom program clearly show you a contrast in what was said then and what happening now. And what was said then about the previous administration. These things are fly over our heads because we study to argue with each other. That is the reason why I say listen to all the programs. You like them or not, listen to all. And then you guys will have an understanding of what happened in the greater. Look, right now, they are on damage control. They cannot defend what was played last night. They cannot defend what was said last night on the program. Because they know they can't defend it. But what they will do, they will bring up what I call a dark shadow, which I call convenient political mischief. Right? Mr. Pierre, is it only now they know that there's no water on the port highway with some of the boots?
Yeah, the woman says since they had China tongue. Please do.
Master Carl, my grandmother had a boot in China tongue.
And this place a culture and history.
Culture and history, right? So is it only now? I am sure one of the ministers now would have gone to that place there. That same area and probably get a roti. Master Carl and Igor and you guys. That place, not all the booths sell food. Yes, we know some pop up after the carnival, and wrongly so. I don't agree with everybody building shacks and just squatting on government land. But at the same time, if somebody is trying to make a dollar and an honest day's dollar done, at least give them the chance. You are hearing this PDAs going around the island, innit? You hear the men go in St. Paul's and take off a boot on private land. So that means these men them discriminated against people that even own land that have a piece of boot on it because they think that they're paying taxes. But yet, you saw in the news that some of these boot owners show their VAT license, that they're paying taxes. So that alone should tell you that the government don't care about these people because they perceive them to be poor and they perceive them to be NNP, in my view. That is what I see happening there. But guess what? One of the guys that was there, I was playing music in one of the school sports, and I was not taking a drink. And asked the guy, I said, boss, what are you going to do when people move you? The man told me, say, watch, I from Bylands. I say, from Bylands. The man said, come from Bylands every day to make a dollar in tongue because he can't get a place in Grenville or wherever to sell these things. He can't get, to make $100. So he lived all the way from Grenville to come down. That is $12 a day with bus fee to make a dollar in tongue. That's a sacrifice. And you telling me that Deacon Mitchell and Anya and them, can't see what going on there. They can't see that survivor. I'm talking about breaking the law. When Andy and Cornwall and Lacquette go into GDP and break the law by taking loans. And they're not supposed to do that. These are the things that the NDC supporters and look at and see what going on in this country. Whatever Prime Minister have said every living day, not in the country, and I have no problem with that. Yeah? But go down and pay for people in homes, elderly people. This man went in England, I think it was last year. The guy that designed the flag, he deceased now. The guy was in England last year, he could have gone for this guy and acknowledged this guy. He didn't. You feel this guy like people? This man suffered about 9 different cases against Grenadians. This man was a CBI agent. Him, Cornwall, and Jason Bernard. CBI agents when NAP was in office. When NAP was in office, you know what they were saying? They were inviting conmen and convicts. Who were the CBI agents that was vetting these conmen? The guy that we call up there, that is the guy that Dr. Mitchell had a little fallout with because he wanted more money from the government to pay for whatever Dr. Mitchell said. No, he go and say, what? We need to get a new Prime Minister. Who represents that guy down in Kerala Bay? Because Mitchell. Creators, take it. Have a good morning. I'll come back later on.
Yes, well, let us not... I want to go right back to the situation where government is removing booths by the road. Now the government have the power. They have the legal authority. And if they overstep the bounds, we have the court system. As it is now, the individuals who are involved in building the booths are people who come from the lower income bracket. The government could go to the master's degree and the bachelor's degree in economics to find out what is the multiplying impact of mashing up one business. What we are saying, give them between 6 months to a year. Give them a reasonable time. The NDC have never been a group that is sensitive to the cries of the ordinary man. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre. Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, the NDC have to do all that, they weakening themselves slowly. So when they do all that, they weakness. So they could never come back in the next election. They could never win an election again. No time at all.
Caller, the NDC did that in 2008, 2013. The NNP won 2 elections back to back, and the NDC came back. What we need to do is to understand the policy of the NDC. If we understand the policy of the NDC and why people gravitate to them after a period of time, we might be able to solve the problem permanently. Because the NDC spent these 10 years planning lies. And they came out with some lies that took people hook, line, and sinker. Look at the lies that they told. They went after the Imani. Over 3,000 people involved in the Imani. Thousands of workers on contract. They went after them. So the NDC knew where the people was vulnerable because sometimes we are unrealistic. And the NNP was complacent. And this is what we end up in. In the final analysis, the economy could go in free fall. And that is why we have to beg the NDC to try to manage the impact of the negative consequences of our NDC government in Grenada. There is not much we could do, but we must do it. Now, some people might be all hot and sweaty and jumping up. But you have to remember, Dick is a political neophyte. He's a prento. He's like Miss Mabel in Ticolo. She vehicle driving. Everybody know her. When she go and visit she brother, she driving and they just turn the vehicle for her to drive out. All boss men know her. She just stand up in the center of the road. You will take her and give her bus to go over the hills. That is what we did. We pick up Deacon and say he's a good corporate lawyer. Well, a corporate lawyer don't have much feelings. They don't deal with his big companies. It's not a question whether you win or you lose. So you choose this individual and you put him to lead a team at Greenhorns. None of them had political experience. And they're greedy. So the first thing they did, 1/3 of the ministers of the NDC run in GDB Bank and get millions of dollars. None of these individuals would are able to face the commercial banks. Now, GDB Bank was set up for that purpose? No. Are there precedents before where ministers go and get millions of dollars from the bank? No. But the NDC did it. You have 1/3 of the members of the NDC hierarchy. They are agents for the CBI program. And based upon our calculation, they could make over 30 million. Look at the extravagance. Look at the reckless traveling of the National Democratic Congress. So you have to remember, we that choose this group of people. You know. Somebody asked me, where they get them? I said, we choose them. We voted them in power. If you have to blame anybody, you have to blame the people that selected this group of vultures to run country. So you have to say to Deacon, when you become the shepherd of the country, we expect you to put a human face on things. So the people you want to get rid of, don't give them 28 days. 28 days is unreasonable and not enough. Bear in mind that some of them have been there for 25 years and some of them took their mother's boot since Chinatown was reading. So give them between 6 months to a year and tell them go. So they're going to go.
Mr. Pierre, somebody say the Attorney General should know very well about Chinatown.
Well, you have to understand that the Attorney General says she's an authentic tongue girl. You have to understand that, you know. Your father ain't bandy. Your mama ain't bandy. But you're an authentic tongue girl. You see, the National Democratic Congress want to create a class in Grenada that does not exist. Every time we speak about them, you speak about rich people. The NDC is more embarrassing rich people in Grenada. It's a class that does not exist. They believe because they have some certificate, they go to university. Free education. Some of their parents didn't even pay for their education. They've been to primary school. Their parents suck salt and pound gugu for them to get education. They did well in primary school. Some of them, the teacher, they like them too. They go in secondary school. They got scholarship and go to university. These are not the children that their parents paid for to go to university.
Nah.
This is children, it's like Tilita children. Mm-hmm. When they come pushing class in front of you, you have to feel insulted. These are children that turn against their grandparents. Some of them are country children that go in town and forget their sister in Ticola. So we have to go back and remind them when you come out. We have to ask them if they're born in Bao and christened Mondo.
Where they from?
You have to ask the Prime Minister, who giving you this ram-goat advice? Because I'm absolutely certain it's not Comrade Ray Roberts. I know my brother Willie is not giving this advice. And my cousin Danley Shame is not them that advising Deacon. So Deacon getting ram-goat advice. So we have to encourage him to recall the letter that you sent. Send another letter. Give the people 6 months to a year and stop the removal and breaking down of the boots. Why? It is unpalatable. 2, it is unreasonable. It is not justified. Justice must not only be done, it must seem and appear to be done. We can't call on the Bar Association. They don't care about Grenadians. But the trade union should ask Deacon, give them 6 months to a year. I said 6 months, but my strong NDC partner say a year. So give them 6 months to a year. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, my brother. And you have to, wait, caller. You giving them 6 months to a year to it.
Yes.
6 months to a year. No shotgun action here.
How you give them 28 days?
Yeah.
28 days.
That is unacceptable.
No, man. So when they get in, who they talking to get a place within 2 weeks? So within the 28 days now, they could put up and they have a new structure. Where they going?
Some of them losing their man, you know. Some losing their woman. Some children can't go to school, you know.
They're losing everything, you know.
If they losing everything.
Well, now they come back, you know.
Even the drinks they have, some vegan helping them drink quick. You know. They can't even get it said. Some people choosing all the things.
Oh my goodness. This jacket bandit is not easy to deal with.
Well, jacket bandit is a nice term for it. These are vultures of the worst kind. They are vultures, gigi. They prey on the weak.
Yeah, man, yeah.
So we have to continue to beg them. Because the Prime Minister say he have power and he say he go show Grenadian how to use power.
Yes. So, and what happened to Parliament? When last they had a Parliament sitting here?
Parliament what? The first thing the government have to do when they go to Parliament is to legalize weed. Otherwise, charge the Prime Minister of Grenada for using illegal substance to make movie.
Yes, exactly.
The Prime Minister to go and legalize weed. Quickly.
Well, I want him to announce when they have in Parliament. So I would be in Parliament.
Mr. Man, don't go in the people Parliament when they lock you up.
They will lock me up, Mr. Pierre. It won't be me alone.
Don't go in the people Parliament when they lock you up.
Mr. Pierre, if they lock up 25, if they lock up 25, the more African they gone down.
Maurice Bishop lock up 3,000. He castrate Broco and they execute Clotilda.
No, man.
And they take target practice on Mikey Foot. And they jail Fago and the man with the Red Rover.
No, that time people didn't have this technology yet. Man.
Technology? You never heard Bishop say? Bishop say if you say day, he locking up day.
500 Jones. We have 500 Jones now.
That man take back the Jones. They take. I understand. They signed the agreement after the job done. You know. They say the Jones agreement signed after them fellas do the job. You know. Well, the thing is that I don't know who giving these guys ram goat advice.
Well, listen, well, those are giving me advice. They're staying around here now.
Yeah. I don't know where they're staying, but it's ram goat advice.
In basement, that's staying, man. In basement.
You mean Diaspora, fellas?
Yes.
I can't believe Diaspora.
You can't believe that.
No. Diaspora seeing trouble. They can give
basement fellas. Basement fellas. I like that. Basement is they need.
Underground.
Yes, man.
Mr. P, what amazes me most about the actions of this government? Well, I'm not claiming to know it all. But I don't see how politically beneficial it is for them. You know? I think we have to take the news now.
2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll take a break and take the news and come back.
Okay. Sorry.
Take a break and take the news.
Take a break, we take a break.
I thought the news was a break.
Yeah, the news is a break.
Yes, so let's take the news and not the break.
When you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. Challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we return.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. Locally, the Grenada Football Association, or GFA, celebrated the accomplishments of local football clubs on Wednesday, March 20th, 2024, at an awards ceremony held at the GFA Secretariat. Clubs competing in the Premier League Division 1, Division 2, and Under 15 competitions were recognized for their performance in seasons that recently concluded. It was an honor to celebrate the hard work and dedication of our football clubs, said GFA General Secretary Carl Lee. These players devote endless hours to training and local competition while representing Grenada. We are proud of all that they have achieved this season. In the region, health groups in Trinidad and Tobago are sounding an alarm to the authorities over what they say are fake medical practitioners offering dubious cures for non-communicable disease.
We're often warned to be wary of fake news, but how cautious are we of fake doctors? Well, despite the implementation of the Medical Board Act, which prohibits persons without medical training from a recognized institution to call themselves a doctor, there are many people claiming to have the cure to many diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and diabetes, according to several NGOs.
The medical board does not seem to be able to enforce this act. I don't know why. The charlatans that are selling snake oil and claiming that they can cure and cure and cure, they have to be stopped. We see it all the time. We also see supplements being put up for recognition and for approval by Ministry of Health for Food and Drug. And when you approve them as supplements, they then go on TV and say we can cure. And that's not right.
Internationally, in Rome, thousands march in Rome against the mafia, demanding justice for victims.
Tens of thousands of people have marched through the streets of Rome to remember victims of the Italian mafia and to demand justice. The demonstration takes place annually on the first day of spring. Students came from all over Italy carrying signs bearing anti-mafia slogans. The mayor of Rome was joined by hundreds of victims' families.
La mafia oggi è più forte di ieri, oggi non uccide più, oggi le basta comprare, è potere economico e corruzione. La corruzione è l'arma più appuntita.
A Bari ci sono 14 clan criminali, è vero che a Bari la mafia esiste, però è anche vero
che a Bari c'è una città che resiste, che non piega la testa, che non gira la testa dall'altro lato, ci sono migliaia e migliaia di persone che fanno ogni giorno il loro lavoro onestamente e sono molte di più dei criminali.
Following a procession, over 1,000 names of all the victims of the mafia were read out.
And in sports, in a thrilling turn of events at the 2024 draft of the 100, 5 West Indies power-hitting batters clinched top bracket contracts, setting the stage for an electrifying season ahead. The draft held on Wednesday saw these dynamic players securing lucrative deals worth £125,000 each, promising an explosive display of cricketing prowess when the latest season of the 100 kicks off on July 23rd. The Northern Superchargers made the headlines by selecting Nicholas Pooran as their first pick, highlighting the team's strategic focus on acquiring top-tier talent. Pooran's exceptional batting prowess and aggressive style make him a formidable force on the field, adding depth and flair to the Superchargers lineup. This ends the latest news update. I am Angel Augustine. Thank you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Year 2024, ITEL City Sports presents the 4th annual Football Under the Lights at Roselle Plain Field in St. Patrick. $20,000 up for grabs in cash and prizes. First place winner in the senior will receive $4,000 and under 17 $1,500. Second place $3,000 and under 17 $1,000. The dream team all the way from St. David's is ready to defend. Come witness one game nightly on weekdays and 2 games on weekends. It's 2 competitions, one for the seniors and the other for under 17. Registration fee $400 for seniors and under 17 is free. All teams will be able to register at least 20 players. All players must have their uniform and must be numbered. Contact 538-7509 or 406-9580. Football under the lights. Saturday, February 3rd until April 30th. Roselle Plain Field, St. Patrick's. Be there.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
Some exciting news for you. JetBlue is thrilled to announce its new non-stop flight every Saturday from Grenada's Maurice Bishop International Airport to the vibrant city of Boston. Now you can embark on your Boston adventure without any layovers. JetBlue is making it easier than ever to explore this incredible destination. Whether you're visiting family or friends, exploring for the first time, or simply experiencing Boston life, JetBlue has you covered with a convenient non-stop flight, complete with comfortable seating, complimentary snacks, and an array of entertainment options. You'll arrive in Boston feeling relaxed and ready to explore. So now's the time. Visit JetBlue.com to book your flight and bring Boston closer to Grenada. Let your adventure begin.
Get ready to witness the ultimate showcase of talent, speed, and determination at the 2024 Carifta Games. This prestigious event brings together the best young athletes from across the Caribbean, competing for glory like never before. With the motto, many people, one region, celebrating athletics, Carifta embodies the essence of Caribbean unity through sports, igniting a flame that illuminates the future of sports in the region. Don't miss out on this incredible event taking place at the Karani James Athletic Stadium from Saturday 30th March to Monday 1st April 2024. Get your tickets now at Grenadian Optical or visit gotofed.com and secure your spot to be part of this extraordinary celebration of athleticism.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So they plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging. Into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Candidate for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and down on the knees. And I'm begging, go.
From the time I've been in office, I've been saying this. Not because I have premonition, Mr. Speaker, because it is clear the trend is obvious. Anybody who's reading the statistics on crime in the Caribbean will see that gun crime is a pandemic in the region, and that it was just going to be a matter of time before it reached our shores. That has nothing to do with the Prime Minister who holds the position of Minister of National Security. It has to do with...
Yes, Igwe.
Mr. Pierre, my issue with the vending and the removal of the vendors throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitch is simply this. A lot of countries have been using vendors in respect to street food vendors
street food is a new
to
thing
sell as a product for tourism. In as much as a lot of bloggers would come around. And he had one here recently. Some guy who went around in all them things and them and bigging up the food and street food. A lot of street food vendors. What was there? You see that in Jamaica, Trinidad, and other places. The question is, Mr. Pierre, what is the real reason for removing these people? Is it to punish them? And if the government give the reason for removing them, what has been done by the government to assist or to fix or to rectify or to improve? The people can even say, site, how the place looking. I thought he had something, a place named GDB, where I could have given these people some grants to upgrade their place, Mr. P. And what is the purpose, especially those, not forgetting the hundreds around the country, Mr. P. What is the real purpose of removing those on the port highway? Is it a security risk? What is the reason? Now, as you say before we took the break, justice must not only be done, but people must recognize that justice is done. So what is the justice, in your view, of removing these people? And not only removing them, Mr. Pierre, but the length of time given for them to vacate. Albeit when I read, the people of them could appeal the thing, the notice.
But these people don't have the money to appeal. A lawyer will make a killing on them. We have lawyers in Grenada that will take on the case. Remember, the Bar Association doesn't care what these people, The trade union abandon these people. I say to people, call your children and ask them to go on street food all over the world and see if you have street food in Guatemala, Venezuela, Nigeria, China, Accra, Senegal, Mauritius, Kenya, Cote d'Ivory. Call your children. You that buy the cell phone, give these children and them. Call them and ask them to go all over the world now and look about street food in other countries. When you have a big festival, I think some people just have a day when they have barbecue. They have toilet in the park. They have running water in the park. One of the big pluses of black people is they cook their food to death. We have people selling food on the road, and nothing is wrong if government decide to get rid of them. Government must have some utopic dream. But all we're saying, give them reasonable time. I said 6 months, a hardline NDC tell me about a year. So I'm saying 6 months to a year, give them reasonable time. The government of Grenada is creating unemployment. The government of Grenada is raising the cost of living. The government of Grenada is increasing the violence and crime in this country. The Prime Minister is directly, by his action, contributing to increase in crime in the country. And why?
And I like as you say that, Mr. Pierre, because he is contributing to the whole setup of crime. And it's not just like we saying that, he's creating unemployment. The social safety net program, he mash up all, he creating poverty. And when you have social instability with poverty and unemployment, the only result is crime. So you're sure right, Mr. Pierre.
I say to a lot of people that hush your mouth. Let me tell you something. And I'm talking to people like lawyers, teachers, doctors, people in the high end of the economic ladder. You quiet. Normally these people don't talk much when people in the lower income crying out. What do you think is going to happen to you? When you have an increase in crime in our society, those of you who live in gated communities will be the one affected most. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, good morning.
Yeah.
Mr. Pierre, what about the 4% that the public, the unions, the public workers union, and them agree on with the government? We're supposed to get, they're supposed to pay it already in the first quarter, they said. And look at the time now. So I'm calling on the public workers union to step up on it. Because remember, things are hard. Because for instance, the government themselves take the rate of pay, right? And nobody saying anything. Where are the unions? Nobody talking about for the poor man. You understand? Okay.
The government said the reason they can't pay it is because the public workers is not functioning. They're unproductive. And even with that, the union stayed quiet. The government ministers say money is not a problem. Their money. The problem is the workers not effective. And the union stay quiet. So now we on this issue with street food and what the government is doing to contribute to social decadence. I think it's important for some people who believe they're not affected because of your level of your income. By the time you reach 60 years, most of all you have to go in a home. You know. Even if you have discretionary income, you may not be able to stay in your houses because of the rise in crime in our country. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, my brother.
Morning, Iguel. Master
Morning.
Hey.
Morning, good morning. No, a problem is only a problem when there is not a solution. Two examples, right? Now, during the tourist season, when mega ships come to Grenada, they had to anchor off the port and then they had to be ferried to the land. A port was built, a cruise ship port was built so that we solve that problem so that mega tourist ship can come now and these passengers can disembark right on the port. You have another example. When Eric Gary was going to Carriacou and he stopped by Truman to have a drink, that's right in Paradise Junction with the girls and them now are doing the Rose Corner thing here, the gas station, a little bar and thing there. There was guys playing cricket in the road. They broke the glass in his car. So he was informed of what happened. And he asked, do you have any other place to play cricket? Why are you playing the road? They said, no, sir, we do not have a playing field. That was the creation of Progress Park. So Progress Park, now, one of the better playing fields in the community. Today we have one of the best football team in Grenada, the Paradise Football Club. So that was so the children of Paradise, the people of Paradise no longer had to play cricket in the road because that problem was taken care of. When we talk about Chinatown, a lot of vendors talk about Chinatown, and vendors used to vend around Chinatown, and Gary built some booths there, and the roof of the booths resembled those in China, so the place was called Chinatown. And there was a very noticeable quotation in one of the books. Tip Top. And Tip Top never advised any husband to leave his wife. But Tip Top had a sign there. If your wife can't cook, keep her as a pet and Tip Top.
And come to TikTok.
Yes. If your wife cannot cook, keep her as a pet.
And come to Tip Top.
It's a Tip Top. So what I'm saying is this, that again, we have
Same
another example,
TikTok.
the botanical gardens.
TikTok.
Government was renting a number of facilities for different ministries, and the NNP government built the ministerial complex so that as to accommodate as many ministries as possible under one roof. So when you want to solve a problem, you must have a solution to the problem. So when you move people who are making an honest living on Port Highway, and say you and Mr. Andy Williams is saying that we are moving these people to make for parking lot. Come on.
For cars.
How does that equate? You understand?
How does it justify?
Who does that?
Justify? How that could be justified? Is there other places where you could have a parking? How can I explain? I really don't understand the thinking of this government, and the people will be very cognizant of the fact that how this government is functioning, they don't care one foot about the poor and ordinary Grenadians. TikTok.
TikTok. If your wife cannot cook, keep her as a pet and come to TikTok.
Yeah.
That is a powerful,
that's a powerful
advertisement in Chinatown. And I agree with the caller. If the problem is parking, let the vehicles park about a mile away and create a shuttle system to bring them inside there. Simple. You're removing people who have been there for up to 25 years. That is a serious period, quarter century. In addition to that, most countries in the world use street food as a tourist attraction.
Yes, that's the new thing right now.
You could go on the street in some countries and get your hair plait. You could go on the street in some countries and hear about your life. The reading palm, the soothsayer is there. You get in books. You could go on the street and get practically anything. And governments in the world recognize that tourists come in the country. They want to go in the zoo. They want to go in the botanical gardens. They want to go in the market. They want to go and eat street food. Now, where you get this government? Who giving this government ram goat advice? I'm absolutely certain it's not Ray Roberts. It cannot be my brother William Joseph. And I'm certain like daylight, it is not Cousin Danley. So who giving them this ram goat advice?
Sure, it's not Cousin Danley.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, ma'am, welcome.
I'm sitting and I'm trying to analyze the rationale behind the government moving the people along the street to sell. No, we have citizen by investment program. My understanding, I don't know if I'm wrong, but my understanding of citizen by investment is that someone from another island, another country, wants to come and invest in your country. But they don't want to do it like a tourist to come and go. They want to stay. So you become a citizen. So you get that privilege. And investment means you're going to put up some business to invest, which will bring in income both for you and the country in which you now reside. That is how I understand it. Now this government change it, the name, to whatever, but it means the same. These people coming in, they come out from the same country where people vend on the street, because I have seen it in different countries. I've traveled a lot. My father used to ask me if I walk in for the airplane. I say to him, Daddy, God made the world and He make us. We have to explore to see what it's like other places besides Grenada. That is how I used to do. And I've seen the lives of other people. It's not different to what is happening here now in Grenada. And these people are coming in, they want to set up their business, they don't want to fail. But if these people on the street is selling and they're doing the same thing that what they were coming to do, they don't have competition. So in order to move them from the street. So when these people set up their business, now we who are not working and a condescending little cracker that we have, take it, go in these people places and buy. And when they make it, they don't even bank the money here. They send it back to the people where they come from. You understand? So I don't see no improvement in what they are doing. They're not making our lives better. They're making it worse and taking bread from our mouth to feed someone else instead of bringing in bread to feed your people. That is how I understand it and how I look at it, the situation right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, and I also believe always go down to parents and those who are affected. Call your children and ask them to Google for you. Find out the 10 best street food cities in the United States of America. Mm-hmm. Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes, sir.
Igwe.
Hey.
Master Carl.
Hey, what's up, one?
To all the listeners, what going? Medea, everything good.
Yeah, what's up?
I think I'm listening and I'm following Mr. Pierre and you, and I mean I like the discussion. I know you probably want to talk about something else, but I think this.
No man, you could add to. I know you're capable enough to add to any discussion. So share your truth.
It's very interesting. I mean, you know, and I think they're conflating the whole thing because the idea, I think most of us really probably wants to see the place cleaned up. But the fact that you willy-nilly, because it's definitely like not a plan, as Mr. Pierre says, probably some Ramgoat plan. That you just arbitrarily want to move the people off the street from earning a living. I mean, this is ridiculous. After you had a meeting where you outlined to them that you're going to set up a 2-story building and have proper stores. Listen, most of us that travel, a lot of us travel around the world, and street food is a thing. Mm-hmm. There is a whole industry there for street food. We don't always want to go into the restaurant, the fancy restaurant, and sit down and eat, right? I recently traveled to Trinidad, as a matter of fact, and I was in Port-of-Spain, and if you know from Trinidad, from Port-of-Spain to Manzanilla, Mayaro, and why did I take that trip? I take that trip because there's the roast fish there's a guy, Bodo. You get all the videos coming online, and so when I went in Trinidad, that was one of the first things that I wanted to do. So I drove 3.5 hours to go get some fish by the side of the road. Lots of restaurants in Port-of-Spain. I could have even cooked. But the point is, you want to try the authentic culture. So the plan should be that come up with a proper plan. Sit down, plan properly, come up with a plan and implement the plan and the strategy to help the people, not totally just shut them down and deprive them from earning a dollar. No. I went to Guav the other day, maybe about a week ago, and I stopped. I said, I needed some gas. I probably was on a little about quarter. And only to realize that the gas station was closed. And so I was talking to a couple of young guys that was there, and I said, the gas station closed? They're like, yeah, it's closed for a while. So I'm like, well, what's your minister and parliamentary rep doing about it? We don't see she. The only time we don't see she is when she posts Facebook, with she eating all she big meals and all she expensive meals. Mm-hmm. This is what the guy said to me. So it seems that that's the mentality. They don't care about those of us that can't sit in the restaurant and just, want to get a quick bite on the go. I went to GBSS. So there was always vending there. And again, I'm not advocating to say leave it the same. Clean it up. Put something there so that the persons can continue earning a living. Maybe the previous caller had a point. I was actually thinking it this morning. Maybe the plot is to move them out so that you come with some big commercial establishment and then maybe we force the patronize that. I don't know, because it seems very, very, very arbitrary to me.
That could well be the plot.
Because, Carla, you see,
they say it's for car park, but sometimes it's some big companies.
One of the friends
that they give them a job to make, so they could charge cars for parking. I don't know.
I mean, I can't see it.
No, but what is baffling, Carla? Before June 23rd, 2022, this bunch of fellas, I used to call them the cabal, they had all the ideas to fix everything in Grenada. They may even say they could have fixed seaweed. They don't tell you how extensive. So, like a friend of mine tell me, they had remedies for every malady. No, and I like what you say. In getting a solution to that area, all of us would like to see it improve, like maybe 2.0 improve. But it has to have a plan. And the plan must include the vendors. You can't just come and tell them overnight, you have 28 days to go. And even if with the planning, you have to give them enough time to do what they have to do, because you don't find them no help through GDP or other finances. But you're just asking them to move on. Somebody want them say to Montu. What is the purpose of going to Montu?
Yeah, people, Montu doesn't sell it.
And we know the situation in Montu. You're sending them for people to take the thing on.
Master Carl, ask Mr. Pierre why it is that they can't refer people to GDB. He knows the answer, Mr.
But they take out all the money in GDB area to commercialize it. I understand the agencies that was developmental agencies that donating money. They say commercialize that. 4 ministers, 1/3 of the 9 vultures redraw more than 4 million, and these individuals couldn't face the commercial banks. If that is not a gigi,
no, this is one of the things that I believe. I strongly believe that those of us that are in the poor and the vulnerable class, we have to speak up about. I strongly believe that this administration is getting it wrong. Street vending, it's a thing. You just have to regularize it to a certain degree and introduce policies. I mean, of all the governments, from Gary, but I started DDSS in 1982, and people was selling there. So it was not an issue for facilities in terms of bathroom and running water and all of that then, and all these years later, it's an issue now. I mean, come on. You go to Guyana, anywhere you go, street food is a thing. Because, again, you are catering to a certain class of, well, maybe they don't want to cater to a certain class of people. So therein lies the answer. Therein lies the answer. They do not need to cater to those of us that support the small man and support the small business. Therein lies the answer.
Sometimes it could well be these people who have a company that want to create car park and open their food inside it. Because you have a natural clientele around the port. So it could well be some big company, or they themselves want to put a car park that is expensive and put an area there to provide food for them.
Maybe they're looking to give it to Nation Builders Inc. Because the Nation Builders Inc. is to cut all the red tape from government programs, you know. So maybe they go give Nation Builders Inc. in control there.
Or maybe it's a hotel and a gala establishment.
You see, a sister called before and she baffled. She trying to find out why the government doing that. And I saying to her, if you succeed in sci-fi out the government justification, you may able to tell us why is it they cut down all the band and nutmeg too?
Carl, let me look at this thing. You see, you touch a nerve there. You know? Now, the Prime Minister said that anytime you see government making strange decisions, and this is a strange decision, find out who paid for the rally and the big fete. Don't forget that, eh? So maybe somebody who paid for the rally and the big fete might want that place.
Well, again, it was all laid out to us, right? The NMP warned before the election and during the election, and we didn't pay heed. And now everything that was said is coming to fruition now. So again, we would. But I have confidence between you, Mr. P, and Igwe, you will get the answer for us as to who paid for the big fete and the rally.
And is there something I want to, and I must run by you as you're on the radio now? The situation with national security and the police. And we all heard the press conference. We all heard the Prime Minister giving information to the nation as to who lie, who make false entry, who didn't do that with prisoners and all kind of thing. And the repercussions, you know, he's an internationally known guy with the US, how they operate, and so on. And when the Prime Minister recognized the mistake he made, he's a man too big to apologize, eh? So he never says he's sorry. All of a sudden they give him out house in St. David.
Well,
they say, and just before, the same thing, what they say NNP did nothing. So how you could give him out a nothing? The houses was a nothing. So NNP did nothing. What you're giving out houses after, and what is misleading? You had some guy all about saying where you could go and get money and how much interest they go give you. So the people that they giving the house, I think it's today. What qualifies those people to get the house today? Because you see, without a plan, like I tell people, a rum shop people run better and the government, like when the rum done, you go and buy more. So in your own way, Carla, speak the thing to me.
Master Carl, is a lot to unpack there. So first I'll start with the press conference. The press conference was actually 23 days too late, right? It was, and in his own words, it's not an everyday occurrence. So hence the reason why there was a necessity for you, as the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, to speak to us, the nation, within 24 to 48 hours, to reassure us that it's not an everyday occurrence, and to reassure the world that it's not an everyday occurrence, and Grenada still remains very peaceful, and you are in control and you have a handle of it. So it was 23, 24 days too late. But most interestingly, he did the press conference. You had the commissioner and an assistant commissioner sitting next to you. They didn't get a chance to say a word until 1 hour and 7 minutes into the press conference. I mean, come on. I myself have been in a lot of press conferences and so in the United States. And if I'm sitting there with my boss and I have to sit there for an hour before I partake in the press conference, I'm quite sure after 40, 45 minutes I would have found an excuse to go use the bathroom or something, because that's what's the point in bringing them. But then I assume he did not want the commissioner to talk, because the commissioner told us he's way above in his pay grade in that job and he's incompetent. Those were his words. After the press conference, I don't know if you saw it, but they did a press release, the NDC party. It didn't say that the government of Grenada. There was a party release that came out highlighting lies that was never even part of the press conference, and bigging up the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. And I read it, and I was looking in the end for it to be signed by the Democratic Republic of Korea. Because never before had I seen something like that, where, I mean, it's all self-praise and grandizing. Like, really? We listened to the press conference. We know we got dumber from listening to it. There was nothing that we gained from it. We were an international, I don't want to say laughing stock, but we were treated with scorn internationally.
You are the butt of the jokes.
Then you come out with a press release highlighting this man like he's Hitler, like he's Kim Jong-un. It's only in these kind of regimes and organizations you get this type of thing. So it tells us that we know that we are in for a rough ride. Because if you have to resort to propaganda to even big up your leader and the prime minister, it's very sad. Regarding the House, during the campaign, the very political leader and prime minister, he was political leader then, now prime minister, told us, and he cried shame on the new national party for having houses there that we could have given to vulnerable women. Those were his words. He said China gave us the house for free. And it's a shame that we are not giving the people of Grenada the houses to live in. He made example of 2 women in St. David's with children that needed the houses. And Master Carl, you are saying that they're giving the houses to people.
That's what they say.
Wrong. They are selling the houses to people.
That's what they say, they're giving out houses to the distributing.
But you and I both, they say they're selling, but part of the whole video that they have to, that they did for us, talks about going to the bank and getting authorization and signing your loan and this. So you're not, if I giving you money for something, you ain't giving me, you're selling it to me. We are exchanging. I'm giving you my resources and you giving me the commodity. But they campaign against the NNP for not distributing the free houses that China gave us to the people of Grenada. And now you turn around and fundraising off of it. You turn around and selling it to the same vulnerable people that voted for you because of all your lies. I don't know what else to say, my friend. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It's somewhat difficult, but I think the best thing for us we could do is to continue to point out the truth to the government and give them some advice so that the impact of their action will be less hurtful. If they can give the people, it's difficult to even imagine. You have a housing program for the people in the lower income group. You decide to sell yours. But remember the NDC asked China to take back 1,000 houses before? And give them 40 million, I think it was 40 million they wanted. China never bothered with that. But now that they get the house, they still want the money.
Carl, I know you talked about the national, and we have to look at the big picture. We have to tie it in the big thing. The police force is operating. The national security administrators
temporary housing while it can
operating with 50% of knowledge. Why do I say that? If you systematically figure you're going to sideline and get rid of all those that you deem to be NNP supporters, you must end up being bankrupt of ideas.
Yeah.
Because you are only listening to people that share the same views of you as you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're listening to those that are speaking the same language and have the same thought as you. So you cannot expand. Master Carl, I was in the Willis area. I'm not sure if you're familiar that there was an incident of a major stabbing in the Grannyville area,
about it?
where the young man is in the hospital fighting for his life as we speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
A group of young men may have blocked the road. He came out to move, and whatever else ensued, he ended up well stabbed up in the hospital. He drove himself from Grannyville to Grand Mall, passed out by the side of the road, and they were lucky enough to get him. We hope he makes it, get into the hospital. But I'm raising this point to point out, in talking with the family, of course, I will ask, well, what's the status with the police? And they indicated to me that the police was not even aware of that incident until 2 days after.
Wow.
So I'm raising this point to you to tell you that here you have somebody come in the hospital, clearly stabbed up and injured. And even the hospital administration did not notify the police. The family members didn't think first to notify the police. What's that saying? That speaks to the social decay that we are experiencing right now in this country. That the family, one, didn't have confidence in the police to help them. And the social workers, i.e. those in the hospital that are caring for him, did not even see it relevant. You know the police found out? There were about 20 young men or so from the Willis area around his bedside, and the police was there with another prisoner. And they inquired as to why so many guys from Willis was in there. And then they were made aware of what happened regarding this. That is sad.
Yeah.
When you have civilians fearing to notify the police because they recognize that the police in Grenada right now is demoralized. We speak of how is our food security? How is our port? How is our health security?
Water.
All of that speaks to national security. When you can't get medication, and people are sick and people need medication, you are opening up yourself, because if as a government you are not caring enough to ensure that the necessary medication is provided, you are creating an avenue for black market, and people may start bringing in stuff that other persons that are sick, because when we're sick, we are a little desperate to get healthy. And some of us might end up taking stuff that is not properly cleared by the government. And it seems like the government don't even begin to understand that. They are not understanding that when basic medication is not available. When our agriculture products are not, they campaign on agriculture and they decried the NNP and said they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And what's going on with our agriculture industry right now? You close marketing board. They campaigned and said mango would not waste in Grenada. They're going to pick all the mangoes.
Run right here.
And they're going to can it. And come on. We know it was pie in the sky, because those of us that are wrong during the revolution did all of that, and none of us used to eat canned mango. But they said no, they're going to get a market for it outside of Grenada.
The revolution trying to subsidize it.
Well, of course, we know as much as the Revo did in agriculture, a vast majority of it was subsidized. We know that. Who were the workers there? The militias and so. But that's a whole different argument. We don't even want to get into that, because they're too young to understand that and to know that. So they're just repeating what they hear. And as Mr. Pierce say, we know this administration sit and plan lies, and they repeat it. And if you repeat a lie often enough and nobody pushes back, it becomes the truth, right?
Yep.
We know that. Mm-hmm. We saw. And so we are living in that realm now. But I think we are a lot smarter now. I think we are getting the necessary information early enough so that those of us would continue speaking, and that the people of Grenada will continue, literally the masses, would send a clear message to this administration that it's time for them to go.
Well, before you go, the status of the matter of the police is one for concern, and I'll tell you why. Engagement is made with one or two of the police to plead guilty for promises, which, if you so confident about your case, you don't go and ask man to plead guilty and not find them something. Added to that, the person's charge has a right to themselves whatever means them who reckon them. So you realize a lot of things fishy. No, our receipts for that. So if they want to challenge me, our receipts. No, the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security and the Commissioner, an inquiry should be held with these guys. Let me tell you why. The same place where information suggests that the 3 prisoners passed to go And I had the receipts. Let me. I don't want to just go side. No. I'm talking with you. That I want to say. Give me a chance. On the 22nd of December 2023, the Friday before Christmas, somebody passing that same place and go. The matter was some domestic dispute. Anyway, they would release the person or not. So a song and dance was not made. And listen this. Nobody was charged for that escape. Listen me, you know. The man go in Grenville, all kind of people afraid to go outside. Not a man was charged for the escape. Listen. So, this thing happened only now. The man will hand over duty 12 o'clock and lie down in the bed, and because the station short staff, he had to drive and do everything. He gets charged too, you know. After he would have hand over, you know. And when he hand over, he informed the person he hand over that all was well with the prisoners and entries was made, you know. 2:30 the morning, one of the prisoners was brought to have a BM, bowel movement. But they charging that same man for false entry because he see them in and he was safe in his cell. They want to give evidence. They want to prejudice the case. That's why I'm saying what I say now.
Well, Master Carl, and all of that is well and good. But even before we get to all of that, right? Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a simple question, and then I will continue what I'm saying. Who is the final arbitrator of internal investigation within the RGPF? So when you do
the Commissioner of Police.
Thank you very much.
And let me help you here. He ought not to be familiar with the evidence before the matter reach him.
That's why I ask you the question, Master Carl, because you and I both know, since he's the final arbitrator, he's the final one that's going to sign off on whether or not he decides to punish these young officers or to warn and admonish them. He definitely should not be intricate with the details of the crime.
And let me tell you this.
Until such report lands on his desk.
Let me
but
tell you
not
this.
only was he intricate with it, we all became intricate with it because the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security felt it was prudent to come on national TV and share it with the world, blaming your officers to the world. And they're surprised that they're getting a lawsuit. Every department, including the one that I work for, have internal trials. Never the integrity control officer for the whole of South Manhattan, which is over 12,000 cops. So trust me, I know about investigations. I dealt with a lot of investigations, and 90% of it or so will end. Well, for the minor to medium stuff will come to my desk, and I will send it up the chain.
Let me make 3 points here. One, don't you or you know? You don't find it strange in all of this we never hear nothing about the Deputy Commissioner of Police, who is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the police force. We don't hear him. And he's a retiree, what Deacon Mitchell bring back. And he boasts, you know. In the press conference where he bring back, he had 3 retirees because he don't have how you call it thing?
Succession plan.
Succession plan. He boasts, you know. And the man who is responsible for the day-to-day operation of the police force, we don't hear nothing from him.
Well, Master Carl, again, the commissioner should be very familiar because before he became commissioner, what was his title?
Deputy.
Adjutant.
Yeah.
Look up, Google what's the role of the adjutant in NYPD. That what the Prime Minister did there. That's the role of an adjutant. And since he held that post, he should have known and advised the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security of what should have been said. That information should not. And There's no way they could convince me that that information was complete, as the Prime Minister said, because the gentlemen were only called on 8 o'clock that morning to be formally read the charges. So the press conference was 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock they called them down to read the charges. So you know it was hogwash. And an investigation like that, as you are leading to, should not take us 2.5 weeks, because there is a systematic problem and lack of training within the RGPF as it comes to securing prisoners. You had escapes. You had one confirm.
Carl, we have to break for the news, so we go reconvene after.
No problem, my friend.
All right, okay.
Yes, agree.
It's a hungry world out there.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we return.
Boy, you gonna fly with kite now? The wind picking up. I'm coming. Karim, what you doing? Fly my kite. Yeah, but not here. You can't fly kite near power lines, boy. Why not? The wind good? Because mommy say kite threads conduct electricity. Yeah, kite. He's right. If your kite gets stuck in power lines, it can cause power outages, or even worse, it can get shocked. Come, let's go and fly them in the pasture. Yeah, that makes sense.
Grenland, energizing our Grenada.
Hello and welcome back. Locally, Harveyville Government School will be representing Carriacou and Petit Martinique at the 2024 Grenada Food and Nutrition Council GFNC National Primary School Quiz next month. After 4 rounds of competition, Harveyville defeated Mount Pleasant Government School at the district level. According to the GFNC Education and Promotion Coordinator, Charis Bristol, the annual quiz is used to foster awareness and understanding of nutrition among the youthful population. In the region, in St. Lucia, the Organization of American States will take a closer look at gender-based violence on the island.
The OAS UK project, contributing to the prevention of sexual violence against migrant women and girls in countries of the Americas, representatives visited St. Lucia. The visit is being conducted in close cooperation with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Gender Affairs Department. The objective is to fortify legal frameworks and develop public policies. Moreover, it will create instruments to prevent, respond to, punish, and repair sexual violence against women and girls, encompassing various forms of abuse and exploitation.
And these indicators would be ones that have come out of the instrument of Ms. Sekvi, looking at how St. Lucia has progressed, how we've developed since our signature to the conventions of Boulogne de Para, and that convention looks at or examines the violence against women, prevention, protection, and punishment, and other areas when it comes to violence against women and girls.
Internationally, farmers are struggling with drought in Catalonia.
For generations before them, this fertile valley had been a source of prosperity. Jordi's apple orchard, covering 20 hectares, was passed on to him by his father. Joan Mark inherited 70 hectares of cereal crops, but successive droughts and severe water restrictions could mark the end of the family business.
This year, I won't be able to sow anything, or perhaps just sunflowers or sorghum. If only they gave me some water, I'd be able to sow and keep on working. But without water, I can't do anything here. nothing will grow.
Jordi is the head of a farmers association, counting 5,000 members in the region.
If in the next 4 to 5 years we don't find a solution for the farming sector, we'll have to close shop and maybe work in the tourism industry. They have water.
Both cities and rural areas share the same water supply, 7 reservoirs across Catalonia. Jordi depends on the Sau Reservoir. The site of a church once underwater has made headlines around the world. It has dropped to 1% of its capacity.
These reservoirs help regulate supply, but a large share of water goes to Barcelona. Given that the city, businesses, and the tourism industry are the priority, other sectors and us farmers come last.
Jordi began working at the farm at the age of 18 and has since expanded production to several apple varieties, harvesting 700 tons per year. Shortages have since forced him to reconsider his water usage.
And in sports, German soccer and Adidas are breaking up. American sportwear giant Nike will supply all of Germany's national team with its apparel and equipment from 2027. The German Soccer Federation, or DFB, announced on Thursday. The new deal extends to 2034 and ends Germany's long-standing association with Adidas, which goes back some 70 years. This ends the latest news update. I am Angel Augustine. Thank you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it? They design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price. And they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Sissons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Sissons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their Tinder roof. Let's build together.
2024, ITEL City Sports present the 4th annual Football Under the Lights at Roselle Plain Field in St. Patrick. $20,000 up for grabs in cash and prizes. First place winner in the senior will receive $4,000 and under 17 $1,500. Second place $3,000 and under 17 $1,000. The dream team all the way from St. David's is ready to defend. Come witness one game nightly on weekdays and 2 games on weekends. It's 2 competitions, one for the seniors and the other for under 17. Registration fee $400 for seniors and under 17 is free. All teams will be able to register at least 20 players. All players must have their uniform and must be numbered. Contact 538-7509 or 406-9580. Football under the lights. Saturday, February 3rd until April 30th. Roselle Plainfield, St. Patrick's. Be there.
It's time to hit the road again with Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited for the annual Pump It Up Family Fun Walk. Gather your friends, bring out the family, organize your group, come out in your numbers and pump it up to a healthier lifestyle while supporting a worthy cause. Join us in Carriacou on April 14th at 4 p.m. as we pump it up from the Harveyvale playing field to the Hillsborough playing field. Then we bring the action to the mainland on April 21st at 4 p.m. from Monrouge playing field to Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's a fun family affair with lots of prizes and giveaways. Register today because this is the final fundraising push for the re-establishment of the Carlton Home. Individual packages are $20, while packages for groups of 3 or more are $15 each while stocks last. Register online at www.grenadacoopbank.com or at any one of our retail banking units. Visit our website for more details.
Welcome home. Get ready to experience the electrifying energy of the 2024 Carifta Games. This prestigious event brings together the finest young athletes from across the Caribbean, showcasing their talent, speed, and determination in a quest for glory. With the motto, many people, one region, celebrating athletics, Carifta embodies the spirit of unity and celebration, igniting a flame that will shape the future of sports in the region. Don't miss out on the action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from Saturday, March 30th to Monday, 1st April 2024. Secure your spot now by purchasing your tickets at Grenadian Optical or visiting gotofed.com. Join us in celebrating the athleticism and excellence of the Caribbean.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash the lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley, but they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need more close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now.
Aye, we back, it's up here.
Yeah. And we have a call with you. Morning.
Good morning again.
Yeah, man.
Yes, Master Carl. So I was finishing up saying that since the escapes were happening from more than one location, it speaks to a systematic issue. So which means that the RGPF has to take a look at their training. It's not about charging 3 men because we were internationally embarrassed for our incompetence. But when you have an incompetent leader that is working outside of his pay grade, you expect things like that to happen. And that's the reason why they didn't see the need to develop a training, retrain every officer regarding handling and securing and prisoner movement before you rush to make a charge. Because now you rush to make a charge and everybody's sitting there and you told the world that Well, it's not me, it's the police force. Well, one, who's in charge of the country? And who's in charge of the police force? So you throw the police force under the bus, and now we most likely going to face some repercussions. But like Mr. Pierre often say, they don't care because the money is not coming from their pockets. It's our hard-paying tax money that's most likely going to use to satisfy a claim if one is brought, and life goes on. And which means when you take these monies, like the 22 million that was used to pay, the 22 million that was used to pay the Kiwana Bay man, that just means programs are not available to those of us now. Because had they not paid the man the $22 million, maybe they truly could have given out some of these low-income houses free to those of us that are vulnerable and are in need of it.
Let me make this point here. You've been in security, and on this radio station here, we don't only come and criticize. We offer advice and solutions. The south of the island is becoming the main center in Grenada, whether we like it or not. Whether we say tongue or country or tongue. That's the fact of the matter. There's SGU. There's the airport. There's Silver Sands. There's, why do you know that hotel long there again?
Grenada Beach Resort.
And so on. We're just giving a thing.
Koyaba.
So the South has outgrown the police precinct. And if the commissioner telling us he satisfies, how could he satisfy with a place what is incapable of supplying the needs of the area you policing? So I'm glad they bring up the point of retraining. Or the persons you staff the south of the island with ought to be people of a particular ilk to properly police. Let me give you one example, and I'm not knocking anybody here, but I'm just saying that for what it's worth. The south is full with what you call so-called the bright people in Grenada. So the police have to be of a certain standard. So when a bright man come to give a statement, you have to be able to lingo with him. So 2 years into the Prime Ministership and Minister of National Security, when he had all the answers for the police force, nothing has been done. As relates to the release of the prisoner, caller, information is there to suggest that the same place which they fixed on the day when the commissioner had the press conference, and the commissioner say he visited and was satisfied. Lo and behold, the day after the press conference, the same 4 or 3 cells the Prime Minister trying to explain, they put padlock on them after. But they were satisfied with them before. They were so satisfied that after the prisoners go, they start to put padlock on them. The same area of escape, time and time again, every time a man they inside there, many occasions they see them trying to pass in that place, and reports were written and information given that the place is unsafe. Then you have this caliber of prisoners. You have all in one center, which is a no-no. So when the commissioner says he's satisfied, well, then he told us about the competence and the pay grade. Yeah, let's take the call.
So, Master Carl.
Yeah.
Why are we surprised? The gentleman says the job is above his pay grade and he's incompetent. And earlier on in the program, we spoke of operating on 50% of ideas.
But before you go, one thing I want to bring to you, the gun amnesty. Now, all this thing, one time the Prime Minister said the gun thing had nothing to do with him. But maybe a light shine on the eye on the way to Damascus, so he realized the gun thing have everything to do with him now. But my simple way, and I'm a simple guy, if you tell a man, but if you have an illegal crime and you bring it in, I'll give you $5,000, you bring it in fast, and if you tell him just bring it in, so you know.
Well,
and why is your take on that?
Well, Master Carl, the police and the national security apparatus and maybe even the Minister of National Security fail to realize that right now in Grenada, primarily in the south of the island, you can rent a firearm. That's a fact. You can also, for $1,000, purchase a firearm. That's a fact. So they're living in this void and probably not on the street enough to know what's going on in society regarding the black market and illegal firearms. So the gun amnesty is something I did speak about. And maybe again, I'm willing to help. I don't know it all, but I'm willing to help and to assist in whatever way I can. And maybe if they had a discussion, a simple call, hey, you spoke about that, but what do you mean? I probably would have recommended that you would have to have some sort of financial incentive.
Incentivize.
In order for it to be executed. We did it. I worked in departments where we did it, and it was effective. Because again, one, you're not giving young people jobs. And a man might say, listen, I had this tool there and, you only get me in trouble. And they're giving people $1,500 or $1,200 for it. Let me get rid of it. I need the money right now. And maybe he might even think, well, I could get that $1,200. I could turn it in, no questions asked. I get $1,200, I get $1,500, whatever it is. And I go buy back one later on when I need it. And by the grace of God, maybe he never gets to buy back another weapon. And that may be a life saved. But they rush because they're operating with 50% of the brains, 50% thinking, 50% thoughts. And so I hope it works because Lord knows we need to get some of these weapons off the street. So I wouldn't sit here and decry it. It's an initiative that was needed, but I don't think it was well thought out. And the execution probably is not well thought out. But I do hope, by the grace of God, that
before we go, one last question.
Weapon off the street.
What is the intelligence strategy for that firearm introduction?
I only don't think they have an intelligence or plan. They know that we have a firearm problem in the country, and again, it was suggested by me and others, and so they felt they had to do something, and so they took that and a couple other ideas that were mentioned, and they're going to implement it. But I don't know if you had a chance to read the actual bill yet, and I didn't read it in full, but in perusing it, it's not very effective. But I will reserve comment until I get to read it and have a better understanding. But from what I can glean so far, it's not tied with Manje. Why does it Mr. Pierre Manje Cockot Road?
Manje Kosho.
Right, it's not tied.
And they could get Yangate too. It doesn't matter.
It's not tied strongly with that. Master Carl, before I leave, I want to make a plea to our young ones in the nation. I want to say to you that we have other ways and avenues for resolving conflicts. I want to say to you that violence has no place in our society. And I know it's easier said than done. But we need to take the time out to not get involved in some of the things that we do, because oftentimes in our haste we make decisions and we engage in activities that would cost us the future of our life. To the young ones, the future is your life. Dream big. You can achieve just about any little thing. Anything, from the small thing to the big thing. If a little black boy like me could travel at age 19 to the United States and make it to the RGPF and the U.S. military, where I could retire at age 45 and age 50 respectively, then anything is achievable. Yeah. So I want to share that dream with our young ones and reach for the stars. And to those of us that are older in the community and our parents, we too have a responsibility to help guide and teach these young ones, right? Because as we grow older, we do need you to be around. The future of this country belongs to our young ones. So we do have a responsibility to ensure that they stay on the straight and narrow. I strongly believe, and I know all three of you, well, maybe Gates look a little young, so maybe he's not aware, but we know back then when we got a cut tail in school, We were even afraid to go home and tell our parents.
You were getting one home?
That because you're getting one home. I was angry when I got caned in GBSS because I figured I was bright and I brilliant and I should get away with everything. But I was thankful for that caning by Mr. Ashby because it helped me to be productive later on in life. And so that's my plea today to our young ones. Let's talk it out some more. And to our parents, let's get involved more. Our community leaders, the churches, let's get involved more in guiding our young ones so that as we age gracefully, we will have a peaceful society to live in.
All right, Carla, thanks for the
Hold on,
contribution.
don't go yet. A school child tell me to tell you good morning to my god brother. You're going to know who it is.
Yes, good morning to everyone. And I probably wouldn't get a chance before. So everyone have a happy Easter coming up and happy kite flying.
Mhm.
And I will I will go around the area looking for some Easter cake. What we don't celebrate for Easter? Bake cake, right? It's cake.
Yeah, cake. I think it's cake and fly kite.
Well, cake and yes. So I will be taking Master
Easter
Rod.
bunny, man. Easter bunny.
So I will be driving around, taking Master Rodney around, and then, so I hope if you see me, feel free to invite me for a piece of cake. I do have for cake. I see Mr. Pierre smiling, so like cake also.
I want cook.
All right, Carla.
All right, take care.
Yes, okay.
Yes, it's.
I need to read something for you. You want to respond?
Go ahead. No.
We always be here, and a lot of times you mention the champion of morality, good governance, and integrity. And Mr. Tillman Thomas. And he was in that funeral of Winston White, Mr. Pierre. And he said something that grabbed me by the eyeball, Mr. Pierre. When a nation closes its eye to the truth, we are destined for destruction.
Yes, caller. Let's see the caller.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oi, what's up?
Good morning.
Hey.
You and good morning to Grenada.
Yeah.
I am finding the discussion this morning rather interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that you do not have interest in discussions, but when I call, it's because something touched my core.
Yeah.
And so this morning, as the previous caller, I know who he is. Good morning to you, sir. And thanks for your expertise sharing them. When we get to the junction of citizens losing faith in the justice system, we really need to scream, review, and reform. And let me say that I had the experience. It was an expensive lesson. But I had the experience for the past 5 years attending court. And I have observed a number of areas for development. I see the need for training in problem solving, where critical thinking skills should be applied. I see the need for officers to apply insight when they cannot use eyesight to solve problems. I see the lack of professionalism when magistrate notes not corresponding to prosecutors' notes, they can decide who next to give evidence. Mm-hmm. Well, I see bullying, a level of intimidation to cause defendants to agree to falsify the evidence. I mean, I think the RGPF need to look at realignment of their officers because I think they have the bullies in the wrong places. So, I just wanted to add this morning to the discussion and to say there is a need for us to go very deep, because this issue of violence, I see a correlation with the Ministry of Education as well. What interventions are being made at our schools, because those who are embarrassing us now, they came through the school system, What was done? What measures were taken to address the issues? We see the flags in the system. I've been in the system and I can tell you, we see the flags. We might raise the flag, but who to address it are incompetent. And we hear some people admitting that they are incompetent. So we see the need for training at all levels, especially in certain places. Because it's not nice when citizens, as I said in the beginning, lose faith in the justice system, and when we cannot have a good night rest because we do not know who are the people outside there, who is the next one to be a victim. So, on that issue, I say enjoy the rest of it.
Well, you take care and continue to listen.
And we can. I will.
Yes, Senior Pierre.
Well, I want to respond to the statement made by Mr. Thomas. Maybe Mr. Thomas had a deep reflective moment, because sometimes it's difficult to part with your upbringing. And this gentleman, irrespective of his politics, he would have had an upbringing that would always force him to deal with the truth and with the reality. This individual grew up from a rural community with a very hard-working father and a strong family. So, irrespective of the politics, when these words come from him, it might be a deep, reflective moment. I'm happy that I was interrupted in responding, because this sister called, and we must pay heed to what is being said by her. Because when our leadership is acting as a catalyst to turn against the people that we are obligated to help, all of us in society, some of us who have done better than others, did not start from zero. I hear a number of so-called successful people now claiming, me alone make it. I start from zero. Nobody helped me. And I always come to say, what's about your ancestors? What's about those who have gone before? What's about the mothers who pound goo and suck salt and supported the spouse to make certain you have an education? Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre and the others. It appears that the union have woken up, I don't know if you all know that, but
if they wake up quiet, they yawning still, we don't hear. If they wake up, we must hear. It mean they yawning. They don't wake up. They're just yawning and stretching.
No, they wake up because I saw the president. I saw the president on television.
If the union wake up, we must hear. We must hear.
Well, the news say it, so I take it for that.
They're yawning. Anytime you don't hear it from us, they wake up. They're yawning. They're stretching.
I believe they're yawning in truth, because it is so in healthy.
No, when you wake up, you wake up.
He talk. I think the news says many problems that the union call a special meeting to deal with many problems. That's a serious word there. Many problems.
That is a vague word. When you say many, where union is concerned, you're beating around the bush.
Well, I'm hoping to see results from the waking up.
Well, they don't wake up, they're yawning.
Well, they're yawning.
They're on bed stretching and yawning.
That means they're not supposed to go back and sleep.
So then they fall back. They go and look for the phone to see what they're doing.
It's a serious thing, because, they have been called for time. We have been called for the integrity in public life. I'm hoping that they might wake up to us, that we want to.
The union don't want to go in that. The union in Grenada is asleep. We had public workers union members with make 19 years service fired You had the teachers union leader asking for the head of public officers. The Minister of Finance say money is not a problem. Public officers is the problem. The union yarning.
Three ministers blame the public workers.
4 ministers of government.
Yeah.
They take loan from the government development bank. 4 ministers, to the extent that now they have to commercialize the bank. The union yarning. The union don't wake up. Look at 31 workers from Grand Bay Estate fired. Although these workers are not members of the union yarning.
No,
the CBI program.
A union is like a lawyer he could represent you without
the CBI program, several ministers are involved selling passport. The union don't wake up. The union yarning. They're throwing all those people in the street vendors. The union can't even ask, beg, plead, give the government, give them a year, give them 6 months. The union don't wake up. The union yarning.
No, while as you touch that part, while you say you're moving the people for better production, better moving.
They're moving them to park cars. The minister said to park cars. Not better production, aesthetic and parking cars.
You see, the thing is that the minister does speak out of the parliament.
But it's them that we have to listen to.
When Mr. Deacon come to speak now, he's going to say something different.
Well, you know Mr. Deacon lying as well horse trotting.
So my concern is, even though you want to move the people out there, why did you discuss with the people?
You don't want to discuss. Give them a reasonable time, 6 months to 1 year.
But I mean,
you throwing them out in 28 days
because they say they believe in dialogue.
They shotgun tactics.
And then you would have known what is the best to do.
Well, all we say, give them 6 months to a year, because you don't expect good from NDC. Give them 6 months to a year.
Up to now, I'm still not seeing a direct project come from the government of Grenada.
You know when you go hear that? You know when you go hear that color?
No.
When you find out who asked them to cut down the banda nutmeg. Only then you go hear that.
The banda nutmeg?
You don't know when they cut down the nutmeg tree on him in Belvedere?
The man cut it down there already.
Which government cut it down?
NDC, but the man...
No mem. Same set of people.
The man was
same set of people, NDC. Then that is when you go know that. You know Deacon say information is a need to know?
Yeah, and the I don't know if you are aware that the Catholic Church wake up to, you know, because the bishop said that they had dropped the ball. He said Christianity have dropped the ball.
Well, Christianity always dropping the ball. Why you think Paul and Mark didn't?
So that means the bishop have not been doing a good job then?
Well, the Christianity have always dropped the ball. You know that. That is why you see the church always trying to catch up. The church have always dropped the ball. But with this government, we cannot. We've been blaming the church for this government. We ask God for this government. You know. People pray, they light candle, they ask God for the government.
No, I know I didn't. That was one of the biggest shocks in my whole life.
Let me say something to you.
I never thought. Let me tell you. I thought that.
I'm not asking you why you talk, you know. I ask you what to ask God for. When they was praying to God, did you tell them, don't go and ask God for that? You see them they saying, well, LNP will not already say
every man go to God with a different.
The LNP was complacent. They didn't have the passion. Perhaps with the exception of Dr. Mitchell and one or two others, I didn't see much passion in them.
Mr. Pierre, if I had $1 million and I had to bet, I would have
You're not a gambler. You lose your money. You played way.
I would have bet that
you played way I play with.
Yeah, I would have dream. I could guarantee that. I was not in favor of the winning.
My brother,
I had to live with it.
This government is a government for all of us.
Yeah.
We cannot, my brother, none of us, whether we vote for the government or not, must not disown the government.
That's why I said. I had to.
Caller, we have a bad government on hand. What we need to do is to see how we could manage the impact. You see the government, first law the government passed is against hairdressers and barbers. A shock. I never know that it's so bad. I know that wasn't good. So I wasn't surprised. But I was disappointed. Barbers and hairdressers have to pay more money than lawyers. They fired 31 workers. This one touched my heart because I have a rum partner. 31 workers in Grand Bay Estate.
And one of them is a rum
He
partner.
give me talk. He say, what's wrong with you, man? Even buy rum, give me. 2 days after that, they call me. 2 weeks after that. They say, come and see your partner, he depressed. He tell me they fire him. 31 workers. 31 workers. Look at what they do the women who working up to 19 years. Never forget the women from Karakou. So this government, what we have to constantly beg the Prime Minister. You is the chief shepherd. Awake from your tabanka. Would you say the union wake up? Better was the Prime Minister here awake from this tabanka here. If the Prime Minister here awake, that would have been better. The union awake, man. The union yawning.
The yawning.
The union just yawning. You have a situation in Grenada where we have to ask the people in the diaspora, because you seems to be the heavyweight in the arena.
The decision
Diaspora
maker.
people. I don't know if you are involved in the third party that dictating our foreign policy.
Or the real cabinet.
But we have to ask you to beg. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, how are you guys?
Yeah, my brother.
Yes, Mr. P, how are you doing, sir?
Great.
Mr. Carlo, what's up? All right, great. Not too far from the post office, there's a little building which is there. I don't think so it carries a roof by any means, right? To put some of the people on the port highway, can that be refurbished and house some of the people there? And the next idea I could also share is that with the bleachers are currently on the Tantine playing field, right? These bleachers, as you look at the National Stadium, how the seating accommodation is being done, can that particular bleachers could be removed from the board aspect of it and do a proper filling and to cast, you cast as hello?
Yeah, you're there, we're listening to you.
Yes, that particular area, if you could ask the Chinese government for help and cast out the whole thing, so the top aspect of it could be used for bleachers, and the bottom of that area that can be transformed into small huts that could be rented out. Proper facilities and everything could be done underneath, because there's a lot of space there, but you just have to use it wisely. Yeah.
Well, that's a good idea, but what's about the people in Moya, Pointsville, all over the country? The government going to hold on this deployment. So
but you just have to. There's some form of phone, like it's coming on when I'm speaking to you, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there are many ways things could be transformed, but just have to have patience. But at this point in time, they should not be removed. Yeah.
And that's why we ask.
Yeah. At this point in time, they should not be removed, because they have the family to take care of, and many of these people depend on this income to help. So I don't think so is a good idea, but these are the few ideas which I've shared with you, and if this could be looked into, something else could be developed from that area there as well. Have a blessed morning, guys.
All right. Thank you, and point well taken. And I believe that the government should give the people within 6 months to a year. Mash up this program you all have. That's good. That is Ramgoat advice you all get. Cancel it and give the people between 6 months to 1 year, 6 months to 12 months. The Prime Minister prefer 12 months than a year. Give the people between 6 months to 12 months. Yes, caller, welcome.
All right, I have a next one on the WhatsApp.
Yes, gentlemen, morning.
Yes, my brother, man.
You hear me on the WhatsApp?
You
yes.
loud and clear. Go right ahead.
Clear.
Thank you very much, sir. Morning, everybody. I have about 3 things that I want to point out. I've been hearing, and I hear it directly from a guy, not to say, well, I hear it on the street. Because he sat down right close to me when I was talking to a gentleman, and he come and sit down close to the gentleman. Afterwards, start telling him that the guys were let go from the police station in Granans by some NNP policemen. You know. He said the NNP policemen are let go them fellas. You know. I'm talking about not something somebody hear. I hear somebody say. You know. I hear him telling the guy right close to me. The guy said to him that when I hear that kind of statement, I was get frightened. You know. And he was trying to tell him actually that, I mean, it's nonsense you're talking. That doesn't make sense. But I don't know if you get it. But I am telling you that there are rumors being spread by strong NDC supporters, or at least one supporter I know for sure. And if he's spreading it, it means that it has been spread already. That the policemen, NNP policemen who let go the guys from the Granada station that did the crime in St. Vincent. But relative to that, guys and them, this morning I heard somebody say on a radio program that America is seeking for the extradition of the guys. I have a problem with that. Well, no, it seems like the discussion is in the air. It seems so. I'm telling you, based on what the person said, right. They even go as far as talking about the DPP and so on, talk about it. The thing about it with me, as far as I know, America does not extradite their citizens to any country in the world. After I made the comment on another calling program, somebody called and said that I'm wrong about it. The soldiers, they don't extradite. As far as I know, America do not extradite their citizens. But that's soldiers or not. You do a crime in another country, they would prefer to try you in their country. They don't extradite their citizens. And I knew about that ever since, you might say. And in principle, because America has that policy, I don't see why they're seeking for other people or countries to extradite their citizens to them when they can be tried in the country adequately, I think. And I think that the guys will get a better sentence in Grenada than they will get in America, because America take murder lightly. You rob a bank in America and you'll get 50 years in prison, and they keep you there for 50 years.
A better or fair?
People?
Call her a better or fair?
Well, better or fair too? Yeah.
No. Better and fair is two different things. You want a fair system.
Yeah, I know, but
because better is relative.
I could use the two words.
Is who interests you seek.
I could use the word interchangeably.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, okay. But what I'm saying is that in America, people kill people, and in 10 years' time, they're out.
Not melanin people.
Not what?
Not dark-skinned people.
Okay, that could be the case too. But the thing about it is that because of the principle that America do not extradite their citizens to other country, I don't think they should be asking for people to extradite their citizens.
Point well taken, and I agree with you on that.
Although part of the crime has to do with their citizens, fine. But I don't believe Grenada should extradite the citizens.
Okay.
Another thing that happened, that I pick up from another calling program this morning, is that on Wednesday, when the elderly people went to the Queen's Park to pick up the seed money program, the seed money from the program, that they were left in the hot sun. The people, well, they usually arrive maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning.
The sun was hot. The sun was hot a lot.
The people, yes, the sun was very hot. The people who distribute the program came after 9. The people were kept there up to after 12. Two of the elderly fainted, had to be taken to the hospital on Wednesday.
The government might say they're dead better.
Because they were left in the sun. And you're talking about what happened in Queen's Park, when there's a million acre of space that you might say that they could have been put inside of the building. But two people, the lady who called and talked about it, she was there. She went to pick up money to whether it's for herself or grandmother or whoever. But she said 2 people fainted on that day because they were left in the hot sun. That's the kind of consideration that these people show for the elderly in the country. I mean, they took the 150. I heard somebody say this morning again too that only certain people, they give back the 150.
We've been saying that a long time ago. They did not give everybody back. They only give those over 65, and I believe if you are mentally challenged. So a lot of people they took it from did not get it back.
No, first time I realized that is this morning.
Even the school children don't get it back.
Yeah. A terrible government you're dealing with. Worse than you believe in.
Well, there's no question about that. There's a terrible government we're dealing with. And Grenada is going down and down and down and down with them, for sure. There's no question about that. It is obvious. And the people, loads of people continue to lose their job in this country, and they are not creating any job opportunity for the people. Take care, gentlemen.
Yes, they're not creating job right now. They're breaking down tents.
That one of the things that concern me is up at the economy. And I'll tell you why. $22 million for Warren Newfield. Another $22 million for independence. But I don't see no avenue in making back that money. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, man.
Yeah. They usually have a tell and they come from where they just have to pay the money in St. George's. There wasn't there on Wednesday, but believe what the caller is saying. And it's not everybody will get back they want to see, because I included too, but I never get back they want to see. So, all right.
Some people get it, not everybody. And that's facts.
Yeah. I have an next call on WhatsApp. Hello.
Hello. Good day, Mr. P. Master Carl Igwe.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Pierre and Master Carl, something I would like us to find out: how much money we spend on this independence, and what's the balance? We have to balance the books.
Balance?
Which balance? They don't get enough money to spend. They got balance. 22.5 million is enough.
Grenadian people, how much money been spent?
22.5. Well, Color, you don't understand. 22.5 done. They say that to get more. Balance.
So where the money gone?
NDC doesn't have balance. They say the man signed the contract after he do the job.
Mr. Pierre, we have to add the basement. We have to add the basement.
Well, that is why
we have to add the diaspora.
Well, that is why we decide to ask.
We have to go back to the basement.
I have about 5 questions this morning. I go ask Diaspora.
Who is on the ground? We must ask the basement that question. Because something is wrong. You know, we just sit back and pray. Martin Luther King march and pray.
So well, all this talk we're talking on radio is nothing then. We're doing a lot of talking on the radio. That is
telling you, and when they're done, Mr. Pierre, they're coming and they will kill you. Massacre you, because that's when you're only marching and talking. I'm talking, and Lord help them out. Help them, oh Lord. You have to walk that way. The Lord help those who help themselves. And that's all I have to say at this time.
Yes, Color.
Okay.
And Color, you have to constantly remember, we live in a democratic country. You have institutions, you have laws, you have the independence of the judiciary. And the Grenada judiciary is as free and as independent like any other country in the Caribbean, or even better. Yes, Color, welcome.
Mr. Pierre?
Yes, Color.
Government go after the doctors and all, you know.
What do you do with the doctors?
I understand when you hear the doctors, some of the doctors and them with them, when they attend, you can't go and buy medication.
Well, the doctor don't pay the license. Tell them doctor pay the license. The doctors don't pay the doctors don't pay the license. They raise hairdressers paying more money than lawyers. You studying doctors, hairdressers and barbers.
They put it on the doctor, but they're not paying their tax to they pay the dues.
Lucky thing I am my own private hairdresser. Hairdressers and barbers. I worrying about doctors. I worrying about the hairdressers and Powers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later.
Yes, we have to ask the diaspora to beg the government, because it's you all that have access to the government whether you go in Ghana, to provide more time for the street vendors. And we not being unreasonable. Give them 6 to 12 months. That would make it more palatable and reasonable. You know you have power. We know you could use power how you want. But we are appealing to the people in the diaspora. And if you believe it is unjustified, take your phone and Google the 10 cities in America which is best or have the most street food. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Pierre. Master Kali, we are come back again. Right. In that press conference with the Prime Minister, Cohen, and the COP, right? Now, you all might say this kind of controversial. Look at the seating arrangements of how they were sitting. Cohen was to the right of the commissioner. The commissioner was to the left. Your right-hand man is supposed to be on your right hand, right? So hear this. When Cohen had a chance to talk, his opening statement was, "Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for having me in your presence." So you see the man started to lick ass from there.
He giving him water. He could be lick ass or give him water.
These are the things that are slide over people's heads. These are the little things that I look at to show how sycophant, these people are the most sycophant. They will say anything to appease the commissioner, and when the men came there, clearly, as the caller rightly said, this man talked for about an hour and 7 minutes, right? And what he was saying, nothing is the same damn thing. And then I saw the same press release from the NDC party. And I was thinking the same thing. These are the things that people don't seem to be understanding what is happening.
You don't believe it was sarcasm? Or the deputy was being sarcastic when he told him, "Thank you for having me in your presence"? Because remember, what we hear is the Prime Minister doesn't talk to him. So he must say thank you. He could have been sarcastic. You see, as a public officer.
That is dangerous.
But
that is very dangerous.
It's not dangerous because prisoners to get away. If somebody say...
He's the more peace between the Prime Minister and the Commissioner of Police.
That means there is somebody between the Commissioner of Police and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister doesn't talk to the Commissioner.
Mr. Pierre, we are hearing of crimes that are taking place on island, off island, around the island. And you are not hearing it reported on the police website. You're not seeing it. Even that particular press conference is not on the police website.
Well, maybe the man between the Commissioner and the Prime Minister didn't tell the Commissioner. Well, they say you have a man here talking to the Commissioner. And the Commissioner, the Prime Minister not talking to the Commissioner.
Right. And Mr. Pierre, the caller talk about extraditing the prisoners who do the crime and things like that. But I listen to the same program, because the juggling program. I listen to all the programs. That's why I always would be in the know. And what one of the caller was saying, the states, I think they signed some Geneva agreement, whereas whatever crime happens to their citizens, those are the countries that signed onto it, you can send the perpetrators back to the states for trial, whatever.
But not shall. You can. But it doesn't mean you shall.
Yeah, that would be a long drawn out process to the court, and I feel we're going to go through that. No. Because either way, lawsuit, wrongful death, we still go pay the price, and we will still have to pay for these men to go and come back and all kind of.
But the people have to solve the crime in Grenada first.
Exactly, right?
So that you can, but can doesn't mean shall.
Right.
And you don't even have a body. Hearsay. And sometimes they beat them up in St. Vincent to tell them what to say.
Exactly.
All that have to be challenged.
We have a thing called forced confession. You know that, right? Mr. Pierre, lastly, I am looking also, right now as we speak, there's a press conference, well, not press conference, a ceremony going on with the house in Corinth. And I look at the panel.
They're giving all the houses the people buy.
Well, yeah, what they buy, right? And even in the opening statements by some of the speakers, it goes contrary to what the press release said Monday about come and look at house and come and see house and go and get a loan. Right now, people actually have keys in the hand for the houses. What I want to see is the people that get in the houses And they're conditioned because, from what I understand, these houses were supposed to be for poor and needy people and vulnerable people. People of a lower income status, right? Right now, you're hearing people making a joke, well, had I known, I would have gone and take a loan and things. So people who clearly get take loans, invest that joke on the platform. See what NDC supporters, even you being shafted, even the lower income bracket are being shafted. This is not what NDC people.
Anthony, to
We're losing you. We're losing you.
We're
losing you.
Yeah, well, internet can get trouble.
Yes, so.
You hear me better now?
Go ahead again.
Yeah, I'm saying this is not about the NDC and NMP, but the internet can get trouble here. What
Right,
they are
so-
doing, they are shafting you. Right?
You gotta call
Just
back.
take note. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, what people have to understand, we elected a bad government. The government doing good. We elect a government that is always hostile to the people in the lower income group. Where you ever hear a government come in power and start to attack hairdressers and barbers in Grenada culture? Where you ever hear a government come in power and start to bulldoze down vendors on the street and giving them 28 days, that is machine gun tactics. Where you ever hear a government come in power and they fire workers on government estate, and because we speak, I hear they don't go up in Montreal, you know.
Yeah, we
save
Montreal.
Montreal. And all the time, Montreal quiet. They did not even give them the Christmas money that they save. Where you ever hear a government come in power and more than 1/3 of the members was able to get millions of dollars from the Grenada Development Bank. Tell me one country in the Caribbean where you hear government ministers traveling more than in Grenada. And a minister run up a hotel bill for more than 40,000 US. And then you have a gracious offer.
Yeah,
$100,000. Number 10 drum defense. Call photographers. This is the government we have. So this is why I'm appealing to the people in the diaspora. I believe you could help us. You did not help us when Maurice Bishop jailed 3,000 Grenadians and castrated Boko. You could help us now. Ask Dick Mitchell. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
We have 3 personnel that responsible for security of the nation. And when the job that they hold, the job is over the pay grade. Coming from the advisor to the Prime Minister of Security, you have the Commissioner of Police, and you have the Minister of National Security. These 3 men.
You call the advisor? The advisor is not a constitutional person. He has no obligation. He could tell the give the Prime Minister Ram go to advise him.
Exactly.
You can count him?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so these 3 of them, the job that they hold is above the pay grade. They can't have.
You want to get more pay than for doing nothing?
No, we can't get too much money for the job. They cannot. They do their job and they cannot handle the security of the nation. So the best thing for them to do, to resign from the post.
So when we put Dick in there, we didn't know he can handle. You take a Prento and give him a plane to pilot full of passengers?
Exactly.
And the Prento didn't get no practice.
Everywhere Mr. Pay put him in Ministry of Finance, a mess. He Minister of Works.
You crazy? If Dennis Cornwall didn't go there, we did a real disaster now.
Thanks to Dennis. We are in a person like Greece. Right? We have again, he Minister of National Security, a whole mess again. I'm surprised when you have a leader, have people under him as ministers, he cannot give them no advice because he doing worse than them. So why you expect the father doing worse in a home? What expect you to do? Follow
the mother to take over.
The mother to take over.
Dennis Cornwall is the one now that responsible for the direction we're going.
Exactly. So
you have to put some order.
I remember someone called the program and say, like, when the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance somebody say like someone get pregnant and the prime minister think the child was his, but within the 9 months he recognized the child was his. He had to leave because he was the wrong father. And no, like all ministry put him, he's the wrong father because he cannot manage no ministry.
They say that to help the prime minister get over this tabanka. As soon as he get over it, he might take. And that's why I believe Dennis Cornwall have to get him to sit down. Whether he pamper him or what. Don't massage his tie, but pamper him.
Yeah, but you see what the problem is. When you think a man who tells him he do it all, and you don't take advice. Instead of he lift up himself, he's doing going there.
You have to make him sit down on the blessed assurance.
Either put glue on the pants, so when he sit down, he can't get up.
Well, Dennis supposed to have that ability.
Yeah, he didn't have that ability.
I don't know what happened to him.
Although he's the one that talk about as soon as we come in.
Yeah, well, he's the only hope.
Yeah.
The only hope among these butchers Dennis Scott.
Because he and Stones, they work what I don't work in the public service. There are some ideas.
Dennis Cornwall is the only hope in NDC.
In all of them. So it's a fair nomination.
Yes.
So you need to fire all of them.
Well, who could fire them? The people put them in.
You go, Mr. Pierre, written up your minister there.
Dennis Cornwall is the only hope. He's the only hope in NDC.
Yes.
In all fairness to you,
he's
the only hope in NDC to prevent this economy from going in free fall. This government is going to sell GDP Bank. The government is going to sell GDP Bank. The government is going to sell electricity company. My biggest fear is now aside. Because when the government selling things, you wouldn't know. They go selling secret. That's why I'm asking the people in the diaspora. I know you don't believe us, so ask the thing.
Those in the basement?
To review the fees that he put on hairdressers and barbers. They have to pay more money than lawyers. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, my brother.
They take a policeman who took a couple of days about to resign and put him under the bus. They're wrong to do that. They have to train people properly. The people are about to resign a couple of days just to go out and you just put him under the bus and he had to go through this trouble. What's going on with it? Get away at the prisoners. All right.
Yes. So we appealing to the people in the diaspora. We know you don't believe us. That is why we say ask questions. We not to say we could get Ray and Danley and them to discuss this issue. These men are objective. They take bush. So we want you to ask the Prime Minister to review the fees that he placed on hairdressers and barbers. These people going to just go underground.
After the utterances of former Prime Minister Thomas, you feel we could address him on that? The man say when a nation closes eyes to the truth.
We could go on further. The Prime Minister should also provide public information. Give some justification why GDB Bank has become a supermarket for the ministers of his government. You who are in the diaspora, ask the Prime Minister how much ministers of his 9 ministers, 9 of them, how much of them obtain loans from GDB Bank? What we hear in Grenada is 4, but we don't know. And we understand several millions of dollars was obtained under 2 years. Men who had difficulties accessing thousands of dollars from commercial bank was able to get millions from GDB Bank. The government should immediately legalize weed. If the government don't legalize weed, we might have to ask to charge the Prime Minister. We might have to ask the Commissioner of Police to charge the Prime Minister or resign. Because the Prime Minister been using weed, what look like weed, to make movie on social media.
A plant resembling that of cannabis?
A plant resembling that of weed. This cannabis is a big word.
This cannabis is a big word. Weed.
And I notice now a number of the young men are using weed to make movie on social media.
Yes.
Ask me, partner, is that legal? He said, yes, illegal. Yes, caller, welcome. Caller, welcome.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Pierre.
You think weed legal already?
The government is now...
Let's go.
Right? Do you know that they are now seeking to pass legislations concerning the GDB bank so that people, the general public, could go and get loans there like they get in commercial banks?
They want to legalize illegality. They take the money from the bank. Mm-hmm. So now they want to make it legal.
Mm-hmm. So they don't have to pay it back.
I am wondering what the whole effort is for. I hope you all could shed some light on that.
They want to legalize illegality. They took money from the bank. And what we are hearing is that the owners of the bank is in disagreement with them and say, you have to sell the bank. So
because
now they want to sell the bank.
Because the original charter of the bank does not permit the lending of money to ministers especially.
So they got the money by illegal means.
They want to do it by legal means now.
So they want to legalize
it. Giving to anybody. Yes, I see the point. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But when I heard they were trying to get that done, I was wondering, why is it they're doing it now? And what is the need for it? Because the general concept of the GDB bank is not for that kind of purpose. Not for general lending.
They say four of them take out 3/4 of the money in the bank, you know. So we asking the people in the diaspora, help us. We're not sure. We know how you could get more information. Ask Deacon in the next gala how much ministers get money. And ask them if some of them sell what you have when you go for a loan, you have to put up collateral.
Yeah, collateral.
Ask if some ministers sell that which they put up to get the loan.
The security.
The security. Understand, some of them sell the security.
It's an interesting thing. But, gentlemen, there is something that I want to bring up for you so that you all will do some investigation.
Go right ahead.
I was alerted by a good friend of mine, a journalist friend of mine, sometime in 2012, that within the NGO organizations, and especially in Grenada, you notice that those NGO organizations, like Friends of the Earth and so on, have been used more for political means than anything else. They put a front to it. But I understand, by that journalist friend, that a lot of money comes through these organizations and them.
You didn't know?
So these organizations, they could be used to undermine government, and for that matter, the Friends of the Earth in particular in Grenada. I used to be a part of that organization.
Well, you must know.
The founding of that organization, I was a part of it. Then I ceased to because I noticed they were using it for political purposes, especially against Kit Mitchell. Especially against Kit Mitchell. Because just about everybody in that organization, when I noticed it, was against Kit Mitchell. They are anti-Kit Mitchell directly. And so you could say anti-NNP at the same time. But the thing about it is that is not the only organization that you could talk about being that way. The organization that this lady, what is her name again? Is a lawyer.
Agency for Rural Transformation.
That organization and them. Careful with these organizations and them in this
country. Well, no, the government have to careful again. They start their own NGO. You didn't know the government started their own NGO? The caller?
Nation Builders Inc.
All right, thank you. Yes, caller. Caller, the government start their own NGO. When you're dealing with this government, the Prime Minister says he's going to show people how to use power. So that's why I'm appealing to the people in the diaspora to lobby the government in the next gala and ask the government to immediately legalize weed. Because we have a number of young people in Grenada making movie with weed for social media.
Well,
and they believe illegal.
Well, they're doing it after the big fish.
The government and the ministers should cease. They should discontinue. They should stop the language they are using. It is fractious. It is demeaning. It is insulting. It is dismissive. And it's going to cause people to lose their dignity. Ask them to discontinue that practice. The language they're using, language like beggy, needy and greedy, classless, it is coming from the chief shepherd and his group. You in the diaspora, you is the 16th constituency. I understand you all are involved in determining the destiny of this country because you control the foreign affairs.
So them is the real cabinet too.
And you all is the real cabinet. So you all cancel the ticket for the Minister of Foreign Affairs and all you remove him from the agenda. And when MIT Minister and CJ plan to build house for them vendors, all you say bulldoze it down. 28 days. So we want to appeal to you all. We know you all don't know. So don't take it from us. Ask Deacon and anybody who you meet in the gala, ask them. And after you ask them, you go realize when truth come to tongue, Zandoli have to take hold.
Zandoli?
All Zandoli have to take hold.
Yeah, man.
We bring the truth to you. We bring information to you. We asking questions because the government is running away from the two favorite journalists. They have lost confidence in the two favorite journalists.
The photogenic one?
So we're begging you to help them because otherwise their professionalism will be at stake. We have to ask these questions. You know, the government ministers, several of the government hierarchy are the ones selling passport. They're changing the name fast, but we on to them. Are the ones selling passport in the international arena. And we know, based upon our calculations, that it stands to make about 30 million per annum from it.
A lot of people, yeah.
And they say they're selling everybody who have blood. They don't care about color, nothing. So we appeal to the diasporarians. Intervene, ask. Grenada is a small country, 110,000 people. We have a very active and dynamic democratic system, but we have to be careful that the economy don't go into free fall. The government is planning to sell GDB. The government is likely to sell the electricity company. We don't want them to sell Nawasa. The government is bulldozing the vendors hot by the road. And I know you think for aesthetic reasons that might be a good idea. But the government main objective is for parking vehicles.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. So that is what we have
until such time, because you know the truth don't abide in them.
We don't know if it's a company they want to give them. So they're bulldozing the people that have spent 20 odd years there. So maybe you could do some research, and we encourage Grenadians to do research. Find out about street food all over the world. And in the United States of America, give us the 10 best street food cities in the USA. Google the 10 best street food cities in the USA. We know our people in the diaspora may not know. They're busy going in gala. So they don't know. So Google. If you can Google, ask your children. And if they don't do it, don't give them money to put on the food.
10 best street food cities. Los Angeles,
Chicago,
Portland,
New Orleans,
Miami, Austin, Denver. What, them big cities and them, man?
10 cities, street food. You could even get what are the favorite foods. And then you could go all over the world. And these countries are using street food as a tourist attraction. While in Grenada,
We're destroying it.
the NDC is denying the people a source of income. What you expect to happen? Increased violence, increased incident of the sex trade, more poverty. And then you're going to see an economy in free fall, higher taxation, and the government might drop the taxation template, from 3,000, they might have to drop it lower. That is the reality.
Yeah, more people go get trapped in the net.
The government has already raised the price of sugar, water, electricity,
gas going up.
cut down the jobs from caregivers, agriculture workers, fire MNIB workers. Now they on to street vendors.
Send home seed officers.
Send home seed officers. Lie to the Imanis. And some people who have been working with the government up to 19 years, women, lost their job. And perhaps the most difficult people to be employed is those between 40, 60 years, women. They have a greater challenge in obtaining employment. And this government, instead of creating avenues, facilitating the process, they're doing everything in their power to cause them to lose jobs. You know, when you believe the government couldn't be that bad, even disadvantaged children.
Every time it's up here, we believe we at the end of the road with the government, they won't do us. They're doing something. What Mr. Pierre, what is the real reason they moving these people and them, Mr. Pierre?
It could well be.
They said those down there for parking, so parking all up here too?
Yeah, parking. What parking up here too?
Maybe they have to move them down there so they take a broad brush for us not to see the plan. But it could well be that they have some company to create parking down there. But if they single down there alone, we might be suspicious.
Yeah, but parking by a playing field, them glass, them windshield and them go break.
But this government has this government cut down banana not, you know. Everybody trying to find out how the government could cut down the black gold. Up to now, we don't know why yet.
Parking by a playing field.
They take millions of dollars in loan.
But Mr. Pierre, we keep asking them on this station here, what is the crime strategy? What they creating crime?
Well, they don't. What crime
unemployment, poverty.
They say they don't want green blood in the police force.
And
a small, close-knitted country.
And Mr. Pierre, let me tell you this.
Husband and wife support two different political parties.
I had a conversation with a police officer yesterday, and he brought two terms to me: yellow chest and greenback.
And greenback.
So I thought the police was blue.
No.
But yesterday tell me, no, Master Carl, you live too long.
That is the responsibility of Andy, you know.
They refer to it as a yellow chest or a greenback. So
that is
all greenback at to go.
So all greenback at to go.
They say they have to get rid of greenback. Well, the head of the union was telling them to file them. I know where they want to work. A man said, I said, where they will get job. A man said, let them starve. Let them go and punk stone in the river.
Could you imagine this?
MIT is a ministry set up for political mischief. They gave Andy because they believe Andy is a likable person.
Yeah, and he have a nice
if you
face.
put Claudette or the gentleman in Karikou, you have a special name. The hatchet man in Karikou. You might feel they can't put Ron. They won't put Ron. So they give Andy because he have a likable face. But he is the one responsible for political mischief. And Deacon let the cat out of the bag. Because Deacon said we campaign on a policy of transformation.
But it's not restorative.
But it's not so much transformation. It is restorative justice. And restorative justice in its political workability, according to Bishop, in its connotation, in its practicality, is political vengeance. Who did Deacon wrong? Not us. We ain't caused him to do wrong. We did him no wrong. Except, but somebody is angry with somebody. And when we thought winning the government would have make him better, based upon the information we have, Deacon is more angry.
Because you keep asking who sent him.
Well, I always ask him who sent him. I know you don't come willingly. But no, this is why I believe the only hope for this country is Dennis Conrad.
Yeah, Dennis Matthew.
That expression made by Mr. Thomas may well be he did some introspection and came up with a conviction where he was saying, Lord, have mercy and compassion. So perhaps we could use it. When we able to make my brother Willie quiet,
yeah,
and you can't hear camaraderie, and Danley no longer in the room shop.
And you ain't any Sandra at all.
No, Sandra gone long time. You know, all of them are disappointed. They are disappointed to the extent, one tell me, done with politics. You know. I say, you're not done with politics. You're embarrassed at Deacon. I say, don't worry. Still come back and let we have some discussion in the symposium. We have to have discussion. This country belongs to us. You know. The country is more important than your pride.
Yeah, the country come before that.
We gamble with a leader and we're wrong. You don't want the other islands in the Caribbean to do what Grenada do. We gamble with democracy.
We draw a bad card.
We draw a bad card. We gamble. Anytime you gamble, you can pull a bad card. Anytime you gamble, you're gambling. Some people pray every night to gamble. When you dream, you go pull bad card. You only pray to dream.
Yes,
and this is the challenge that we have. You know?
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, there are 5 minutes.
Yes. You take the 5 minutes or I.
Well, you split it. Go for the first one or close.
Well, yes, we want to encourage our people that Christianity is a good thing. Even if you don't know all the Bible, remember, you must love your neighbor as yourself. That is one of the most powerful commands in life. Look at the word. Love your neighbor as yourself. We have a responsibility, an obligation, a duty to look after the weaker ones in society. The weaker ones are the members of our family. Sometimes we talk only about the lawyers and the doctors and not the thief and the vagrants. When you have a family member that is a vagrant, every time he see you, he must feel good. Even though it's a clean kerchief, a piece of stale bread, bring it for them. Too many of us are abandoning the weaker ones in our community. And in all these struggles, we must remember our sisters. The girls, sometimes they have a child, sometimes they're not rude. Still help them. The boys must look after them. And never give up on your son. Those in prison, still visit them. We have too much young men going in front of the magistrates for crime. And what the magistrate could do? The boy don't know a sense already. Even if they want to give him a break, they know he's going to only go in society and cause more trouble. And there are no parental support for them. Remember that one thing if you want to be a good Christian. Love your neighbor as yourself. Master Carl, love your neighbor as yourself. Don't give up. God is not a pipe.
Because
ask God for
when the great man was in Galilee, they asked him that question, you know. And he said the greatest of all commandments is to love your neighbor as yourself. And he says, whatever you do until and unless you do it to the least of my brothers, you don't do nothing. And we come here and every time and we speak, and we don't speak here with no hatred, neither no malice, Mr. Pierre, I know that. And as the book recorded in Hebrews 12, 16 to 6 to 11, who the Lord love, he chastens. So what the information we're giving here is to comfort people and to chasten those like Deacon Mitchell. We don't hate him. You can't be hate him, we didn't come in here and tell him nothing. We just come in and say, do what you're doing, you're right. But because we love him, we pointing out the things we believe he should be doing, what he's not doing, and the things he needs to stop doing, what he's doing. We come here and our program here is facts-based. We don't come here to make no innuendos or get no mileage or make political mileage out of issues. We speak to issues. We be critical where we should be critical, and we offer solutions and advice. So thanks, Mr. Pierre. Thank you, Mr. Pierre, for coming today.
And we want to thank all our listeners
Yes.
and those who participated on social media. And we want to thank you very much for being in the program with us. Thank you.
All right, bless.
You tell me candid, too wicked, far too cruel.